Oh, greetings there, travelers. Welcome back to another peculiar and strange and, quite frankly, a very awkward Bible study that we're just attempting to do, or I guess you guys get to just peer in and see how we're doing these little Bible study devotionals, which I really hope just more and more believers, or if anybody that's even just considering doing a Bible study, that you guys would try and do one, because I honestly would have never even gotten into doing these Bible study devotionals if it was not for the other the many believers out there that are doing their devotionals and stuff like that. And shout out to all you guys that are doing that. And so we're going to just take a little bit of time, and we're just going to try to hopefully maybe meditate on some verses, maybe practice sowing some seeds out there, and maybe even practice maybe fishing for the Lord or something like that. And that's the other weird thing. And these Bible studies, I didn't kind of just like go and just start doing Bible studies right away. It actually started very, very subtly, and these streams actually started off with just sharing one single verse. And sometimes I wouldn't even say where the verse was at. I would just read a single verse, and then I'd just get into bike riding. And then it just got into this point where I feel like it was just these Bible studies kind of started getting a little fun. I started getting to know some other believers doing them, and so here we are, and that's what we're gonna do. So and you guys get to basically see me basically fail over and over and over again, especially like yesterday on the bike. So that's the weird thing about. The other thing I want to say, if you guys are even interested in even doing a Bible study devotion, because I have heard that it is intimidating to get into, especially if you're going to throw them up on YouTube and stuff like that, right? But the thing is, I feel like connecting the streams, which I wasn't the one that started doing that. It was actually other believers I saw on Twitch. They would do like their Bible study devotional, and then they get into like working out or playing video games. And there was even one guy that would be just cooking food for his family, and I thought that was really awesome to see. And what was really crazy is just seeing that, and then just being like, well, they're just instead of retitling the stream, they just do the entire stream in one take. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to start doing that too. And I think now, they didn't really go out and say this, but as I've been doing this for a while now, or maybe not even a while, just a little bit of time, it gets you to commit to these things. Because I know, dude, there's so many of these Bible studies that I would have just deleted. Just delete. Oh, it's so awkward. I messed up. I just said something wrong. But then if you just make it all in one take, like you start doing something else besides the Bible study, like say I land a trick on the bike, I'm just like, all right, well, we're just gonna commit to the Bible study, even if I got stuff wrong and stuff like that. And I don't know, it's kind of weird. And then it also gets to the point also in the time frame too. So say you do a Bible study like in an hour, and you're kind of on a set schedule or something like that, and you only have a little bit of time. You're going to have to just kind of just go with it and it's kind of fun, and it kind of makes me just commit to things, because I feel like sometimes the fear of making mistakes and the fear of the judgment of others at times gets me to just not want to do anything at all. So it kind of feels like, and it's kind of weird because I actually kind of like drawing that way too. And that's why I actually like using that green pencils, because that's like the commitment pencil, right? But yeah. And so here we are, and I think I make a lot of mistakes, so please take everything I say with a grain of salt, just like how I honestly think I'm wondering if like these Bible studies are just kind of like just like riding, like practicing flatland BMX, because if you see me, I'm just not landing anything. Like I only land a couple clips in the entire day, and then everything else, it's just like I don't land anything at all, right? And I'm wondering if that's even how the Bible studies are at. Maybe not even like landing something, but also maybe just like me even learning something. Because I feel like sometimes these commentaries are brutal to read. And I'm going to be flat out honest. I feel like a lot of these commentaries I read and these studies that I do, it goes in like one ear and out the other. I mean, maybe not everything goes in one ear and out the other, but it's like I cannot retain like a lot of it. Imagine if you could just, I wish I could just retain everything I read. Just imagine if you just had to read a book one time and you just memorized everything, one take, right? So yeah, and I guess it really fascinates me at this point in time. It's just like, how much do we actually, or me personally, how much do I even like learn within the scriptures and stuff like this? Because like, I'm going to be flat out honest, it's actually easy to read these commentaries, and it's easy to, open up the scripture. Well, maybe not totally easy, but but the thing is, I feel like in this season that I'm at, actually the hard part now is how do we apply these things that we're learning into reality? And I've been noticing many times, if I can't even memorize things, how can I even apply it into like a situation where the need arises and you can't just open up your phone and just look up verses and stuff like that, which I guess that's kind of the cool benefit right now with the technology that we have, is that we can just open up like verses right on our phone at times and look it up and stuff like that. So yeah. And also I think, as well as thinking about memorization, I think it also makes me think a little bit more deeper into having the understanding. Because if I can't even remember everything in the Bible verbatim, word for word, I can't recall everything. I just have to go, man, I wonder if a lot of other people, I wonder if even pastors are like that. And I'm actually wondering if, I don't really know. Anyway, we're going to look up some verses, and then we're going to do and then we're going to ride our bike and stuff like that. And so now we're going to do what we're going to do, right? And yeah. That's what we're gonna do. So today we're just gonna look up endurance Bible verses. Let's put in endurance Bible verses, and I feel like this is a very easy way to do a Bible study. Is just you just look up a word. You can just Google it right now and just look up a word like this. Boom. See, like this, like that. Or you can type in endurance. Let's read some of these verses. Romans 5:3-4. Not only that, but we rejoice in our sufferings, knowing that suffering produces endurance, and endurance produces character, and character produces hope. Now, it's actually kind of crazy thinking that that's kind of how I used to do these Bible studies. I would just read that one verse and then just get into Bible. Maybe I should start doing that again, honestly. But honestly, I feel like I get a lot out of these Bible studies because it just gives me this time to just kind of like reflect. It gives me some time to actually use communication aloud and use it's kind of interesting. Yeah, I think there was a verse in here I kind of wanted to look up. I think it was Colossians 1:11. Colossians 1:11. Being strengthened with all power according to his glorious might for all endurance and patience with joy. That is I wanted to look up that verse right there, so that's probably what we're going to get into. We're going to probably get into that verse. Let's read some other ones on endurance. Rejoice in hope, be patient in tribulation, be constant in prayer. What other ones we got up in here? We got Hebrews 10:36, which is very interesting. For you have need of endurance, so that when you have done the will of God, you may receive what is promised. Right? I guess let's look up the biblical definition of what endurance is, right? So let's look that up right now. I think there's one that says, may the God of endurance. Where does that one say that? It's weird that I can't. Oh, yeah, here it is. It's Romans 15:5. May the God of endurance and encouragement grant you to live in such harmony with one another in accord with Christ Jesus. It's crazy to think that God is the God of endurance, right? And encouragement. So let's actually look up endurance Bible definition, and let's see what we can find up in here. I feel like I have not looked up the biblical definition of this word. I don't know if we should read the KJV version. I guess let's just read it. We'll just try and we can find a lot of different definitions, right? So this is the AV 1611 KJV definitions. Let's read what is it going to say. Can be born or suffered. Okay, endurance right here. Let's read what the KJV version says. Continuance, a state of lasting or endurance, a bearing or suffering, continuing under pain or duress without resistance or without sinking or yielding to the pressure, sufferance, and patience. There, dude, oh my goodness, dude, it brought up, dude, it's so funny. I did not like pre-plan this out, but it's just so funny. Look, it says, their fortitude was most admirable in their presence and endurance of all evils of pain and death. Delay, a waiting for, not used. Now, it's kind of weird. I feel like just that one right there kind of reminds me of, oh, I guess it does say patience. I was like, did they not bring up patience? But I guess they did bring up patience. So that's what that one said. Let's see if we can find some other ones up on here. We got this one. Let's see what this one says on endurance. Okay, well, why seeing we also are compassed about with so great a cloud of witnesses, let us lay aside every weight and sin which does so easily beset us, and let us run with patience the race that is set before us. I thought this was going to bring up definitions. I think this is just bringing up verses. Okay, that's just bringing up verses. Oh, no, it is bringing up some definitions and stuff like this. Webster's dictionary, revised unabridged dictionary, the quality of withstanding hardship or stress, lastingness, perseverance, continence. The act of bearing or suffering a continuing under pain or distress without resistance or without being overcome, sufferance, and patience. Okay, let's go into the Greek word. What is this going to say? I don't even know how to read this one. Hopomone, endurance, steadfastness. Phonetic, I remain behind, stand my ground, show endurance. For you have need endurance, so when you have done of God, you may receive what is promised. No, the Greek definition is kind of weird. It's like very kind of confusing, right? Patience, bear. Yeah, so for some reason this one seems kind of confusing. And then we got that one. There's a whole bunch of stuff on endurance, right? So let's look up, let's kind of like keep it back into what we were going to go into. What was the one I was going to go into? We're going to go into, which one was that? Colossians 1:11. Being strengthened with all power according to his glorious might for all endurance and patience with joy. That's actually very interesting that it says joy at the end, because I do know that goes into us bearing the fruits of the Spirit, which I actually think maybe, now that I think about joy, I know it seems kind of crazy. Well, let's actually look at those James verses. It's kind of weird that they didn't bring those verses up. I guess because these ones kind of go into trials. I don't know if that would really be, I feel like trials, you would need endurance for trials, but it is interesting to think that James brings up trials. So let's go, if you have your Bibles, let's go into James. I know I could have just looked it up right there, but we have our physical copy up in here as well. I know I bring these verses up a lot, right? Count it all joy, my brothers, when you meet trials of various kinds, for you know that the testing of your faith produces steadfastness. Now, I'm kind of wondering what that really means. The testing of our faith. Like, who tests our faith? Does the world test our faith? Does God test our faith? I don't really know, right? But I guess, man, I've never done a study on that. It's so weird. I wonder what people think about that. For you know that the testing of your faith produces steadfastness. Huh. And let steadfastness have its full effect, that you may be perfect and complete, lacking in nothing. So I feel like this one, I mean, honestly, this one kind of reminds me of endurance, right? Count it all joy, my brothers. And I know that one, this one's actually probably one of the hardest verses I feel like to apply to your life, because I think when we do go through trials and tribulations, or we get angry and frustrated, or we just get depressed, or just any negative emotion, really, it's like, it's almost so paradoxical to think, how can you find the joy in this? You're like, I'm freaking going through this crazy stuff. How it almost seems like you're crazy or something like that, right? But the thing is I do feel if we're able to just remember this, and almost even to remember being thankful in our situations, even if it's just, even if, like, imagine if you lost everything and, all this stuff. And the thing is that what's crazy to think about is that even if you're the strongest person alive in 3 days, if you don't have water, we will perish. And so that's kind of humbling. And I know it's kind of strange to say that, but it is actually humbling for me, and also a lot of some other believers that I met as well, especially like this gnarly bodybuilder guy. And he had, what did he have? He had gratitude or something. I think he had gratitude on his water bottle. And just to think that every time you take a sip of water, man, there's been, just even being thankful to even have some clean water is pretty crazy, right? And sometimes we forget about these simple things that we have. But yeah, let's look up Colossians 1:11 right now. Let's see if we can find a commentary up on here. Colossians, there's not one on got questions. That's weird. This is actually one of the very few verses I feel like I have not found on got questions. So we're gonna have to go on to some of these gnarly commentaries. Holy moly, maybe I shouldn't do this one. Holy chabunga, this guy wrote an entire freaking book for this one verse. What is this guy on? What in the world? Let's read. I guess let's read this one. What in the world? Dude, look, this guy is crazy. Look at this guy. McLaren's exposition. I'm just gonna scroll through it real quick for one verse. Are you kidding me, dude? One verse. This is what he writes right here. What in the world? Bro, I feel like I could only think of 3 sentences. This guy literally wrote, what is this? Holy moly. Should I even read this one? Dude, dude, I think this might be the longest commentary I might have found on here. Let's see some of the other ones. Man, that person wrote a lot too. Dude, what is up with this verse? Seems like these guys are writing a lot for this verse. I feel like I didn't really I don't know, it's weird when I read it. It didn't really seem that man, dude, this is crazy. Let's read this one. I guess it's pretty important, or something. Bambina di dulci. Strengthened with all might according to his glorious power unto all patience and long-suffering with joyfulness, right? And I honestly think that's a big one. And it's actually kind of weird now. The thing is if you Google right now, you Google, why are there so many athletes that are believers, right? Because there actually are a lot of, and if you guys are watching I know there's a bunch of weird drama with the Olympics and stuff, but the other thing is there's also a lot of believers in the Olympics. There's a lot of people that have Christian tattoos. There's a lot of people even wearing the crosses and stuff like that. There's a lot of people trying to at least give glory in some assembly to God, right? To the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ. Bro, it's it is amazing to see that because, I don't know about you guys, but it is kind of weird for some odd reason. I meet so many athletes that are believers. It's just strange to me. I'm just why are all these people maybe not all. I wouldn't say all people. But I will say I have met. It's weird when you meet more believers doing certain things than other things, right? Because I feel like in other platforms, especially on the center stage, right? Have you ever seen anybody that's a straight gnarly programmer, and right when he gets up on stage he's well, first and foremost I want to give thanks to my Lord and Savior the Lord Jesus Christ. I feel like I've never seen that before, right? I've just never seen something like that. But for some odd reason I see these athletes and they're just they always give thanks to God. I don't know. I'll be honest, I feel like I have been kind of influenced. I've also been mysteriously kind of that's strange. And it's it'd be a little bit different if it was just one sport. Just one sport there's a lot of believers in. But dude, I've met skateboarders, rock climbers, dude, gymnasts, freaking BMX riders. It's just all scooterers, dude. Holy moly, I met all these different types of athletes that are believers. I'm just what in the world? What is, I don't know. And I think it's because of some of these verses, right? Especially verses that go into endurance and running the race that is set before us, and these verses. And I actually have heard there was a sermon. Fortunately, I can't remember who it was, but you guys probably look it up. There was this sermon, because I'm pretty sure a bunch of pastors have actually said this throughout the ages. But I do remember that there was this pastor on YouTube, and he started talking about the Olympics. It wasn't recent. This was actually quite a while back. And he started talking about, I guess, in the time when Paul was alive. Imagine that, the time when Paul was running around, people were trying to go after him and stuff. The time when Paul was literally running in the streets, man, just proclaiming the gospel, doing all this stuff, writing some of the letters to these churches. Guess what was going on? The Olympics were going on even during his time. And supposedly what some of these pastors have said is because of like how rigorous some of the training was for some of these Olympic athletes, how they would just train all the time, man. They were just crazy. And you could also see that that's what they do nowadays, right? This kind of training regimen, the say of it started going out in the lands because, you know, the Olympics, it would be like different places and different countries and stuff, or different like little zones. They would like put their best athletes out, right? So other zones of countries, they'd be like, what are they doing? How we got to be the best. We got to like show, you know, like, and so their training regimen started kind of like getting thrown out there, and other provinces would start hearing about it, and we'd be like, oh, well, we got to do this, right? And what was interesting is that some pastors have said that because of like the running, the race set before us, and all these things, and how rigid some of this training stuff was, Paul was even inspired by that, and that's why he started writing some of this stuff about like, and which I'm wondering if those verses that Paul got inspired by from potentially what was going on at the Olympics during when he was alive, I'm wondering if those verses have actually influenced the athletics that we see today, and maybe even potentially why we see a lot of believers that are athletes and stuff like that. I don't really know. It's kind of crazy. It's just so weird, right? And Bambina, you say that is very interesting. That's probably why the FCA is such a big thing, at least when I used to go to... What is the FCA? I have no idea what that is. FCA. I don't know that. What is it called when it's just is that just an abbreviation or an acronym or something like that? I don't know what that is actually called, right? But yeah, I think it's very, it is intriguing to me. And I also want to say, I'm not saying like you need to be like doing this stuff to be a believer or something like that. I just find it weird that I meet a lot of believers that are like athletes and stuff. I just find it strange. Even just thinking about how I just brought up the guy that was, I met this gnarly dude, the first like bodybuilder that became my friend. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I don't even really have any friends that are, well, I guess I do besides that one guy, you know, but he was like really into bodybuilding and stuff. And it's just like so crazy. It's just like, it's so weird to think that all this stuff started, I don't know. It started almost, I don't know. I don't know why things happen as they are, right? Sometimes it's very mysterious to me. Fellowship of Christian Athletes. Interesting, huh? That is interesting, right? Now, actually, I also had another hypothesis about why potentially there are somewhat maybe a little bit more believers within the athletic realm, and I think it might be because, you know, when you're just like running around or just doing anything, right? Sometimes it's like especially back in the day, right? Back in the day, we didn't have headphones, right? We didn't have like devices where we could be like, oh, well, let's listen to like all this music on our devices and put it in our headphones and stuff like that, right? But I'm wondering if because of the nature of how we meditate on the scriptures, like believers meditate on the scriptures, I'm wondering is it because like it's almost like this memorization. I don't want to say mantra, but maybe it is almost kind of like that. Maybe when we do go through, especially if you were to talk to an endurance athlete, because I'm nowhere near in the realm of like an endurance athlete. That stuff is brutal, dude. That stuff is like, even if you're doing like long distance running, you're running like these crazy kilometers of, you know, all these gnarly endurance races, bro. Those ones beat people down to the bone, dude, where every single step hurts. And it's gnarly, right? And it's like, why? And it's almost like you want to ask people, if it hurts this much, why are you even doing this stuff, right? Like, why are you even, like, why do you want to put your body through this rigorous task, right? And it's almost like, I feel like, it's almost like they kind of want to just keep pushing the limits of where their body is at, and they just kind of want to, like, I don't really know, right? But to be able to just keep going throughout the pain and suffering like that, I feel like they have to have some sort of weird mental framework to just keep going in those situations, right? And I'm wondering if that is one of the reasons why it is, because, you know, the Bible is a lot more word-based and stuff like that. But let's read this commentary, because this commentary is, and holy moly, it's already been 24 minutes, bro. I haven't even read the commentary. This is gnarly. I guess should I read this really long one? I mean, I guess we did. It's kind of funny that this is probably the longest commentary that I found on here. And it's just funny that it's on endurance, right? Let's read this. Okay, well, I gotta take a breath for this one, because this one's gonna be gnarly. I feel like to read, because this one's a really long one. Okay, Colossians 1:1, it says, all power. What in the, so let's read this. Let's see where the first place I mess up at. I'm kind of wondering. Okay. There is a wonderful rush and fervor in the prayers of Paul. No parts of his letters are so lofty, so impassioned, so full of his soul, as when he rises from speaking of God to men to speaking to God for men. We have him here setting forth his loving desires for the Colossian Christians in a prayer of remarkable fullness and sweep broadly taken. It is for their perfecting and religious and moral excellence, and it is very instructive to note the idea of what a good man in which is put forth here. The main petition is for wisdom and spiritual understanding applied chiefly, as is to be carefully noted, to the knowledge of God's will. The thought is that what it most imparts us to know is the will of God, a knowledge not of merely speculative points in the mysteries of the divine nature. That part is actually really... It's so weird how he wrote that. Merely speculative points in the mysteries of the divine nature. It's just so... I mean, I feel like there are a lot of mysteries in God's word. I feel like... I mean, even... Dude, I'm going to be honest. I feel like sometimes... It kind of feels like... I mean, I've even heard other believers say sometimes it's like... Some of these believers I talk to, they say, man, sometimes it just feels like I'm tripping out. Like, you know, you maybe start meeting other believers, or you start thinking about something, or you hear a sermon and then you start seeing other people like say something about it when they haven't even heard it or something like that. You're like, what in the world is going on? Like, this is strange, man. There's like, sometimes there are some, or sometimes you just meet some really peculiar believers and you're just like, what in the world? Who is this person? Who is this mysterious character? Sometimes I feel like when I meet certain believers, they're like quest givers, man. I have met some believers and they were so weird that it was just like, it was almost like, you know, like in an RPG game when you meet somebody and they have like a quest for you or something like that. I feel like that's almost what it felt like. And I'm like, what in the world? Even like this right here. I know I sound crazy, but even like this right here. This is my first MTG box that I ever got, right? But there was this guy, his name's Brad Reed, and he painted all this stuff, right? The thing is, bro, is I found out that this guy was a believer, right? And I was like, what in the world? And it was just so strange to me, because then like I started like, I was like, huh, that's weird. And then I started actually like learning a lot of stuff from this this artist and stuff like this. The other thing is this guy right here was named Gideon, which, you know, I know it's probably not anything related to the Bible, but it's just weird that like, I'm going to be flat out honest. The first time I heard the name Gideon was actually from this. And I was just like, that's strange. And then after I reread the Bible, I saw that word Gideon again. I'm like, whoa, that's weird. Gideon? That's strange, you know? And it's like, I don't know. And it just that, like, I wonder if God, like, sometimes uses, like, little similarities to kind of, like, maybe, like, till the soils in our hearts. So when we maybe potentially, like, read the Bible or something, we go, wait a minute. I kind of relate to this word a little bit. I've seen that word, you know. I don't really know if that happens, but it's happened to me anyway. Okay, where was I at? Mysteries of the divine nature, but of that will which is it concerns us to know, because it is our life to do it. The next element in Paul's desires, as set forth in the ideal here, is a worthy walk, a practical life, or course of conduct which is worthy of Jesus Christ, and in every respect pleases him. The highest purpose of knowledge is a good life. The surest foundation for a good life is the full and clear knowledge of the will of God. And I guess that kind of reminds me of what even the Lord Jesus Christ said, right? What did he say? He said, not my will, but yours be done. Isn't that crazy, right? That's like, man, that is such a... Man, that's so weird. That's so weird to think that the Lord Jesus Christ came to earth, and he was even wanting. It's like, man, it's like he would say that too, right? And it's almost like he was the forerunner of what would happen, right? Or maybe for us to follow, or something like that. Okay, the will of God then follow a series of clauses which seem to expand the idea of the worthy walk and to be coordinate or perhaps slightly casual, and they express the continuous condition of the soul which is walking worthily. Let us endeavor to gather from these words some hints as to what is... I messed up right there. That was the first time I feel like I messed up. Hints as to what it is God's purpose that we should become. I guess it's just to do God's will. It's almost like he just wrote that right there and he just said it again. Or like he asked us, like, well, what is the purpose for us? I guess the purpose for us would to be to love, to bear the fruits of the Spirit, to love the Lord our God with all our heart, mind, soul, and strength, and to love our neighbor as ourselves, and to do the Great Commission and stuff like that. I'd like to think it would be that. Let's see what this says now. The many-sided strength which may be ours. The form of the word strengthened here would be more fully represented by being strengthened, and suggests an unintermitted process of bestowal and reception of God's might, rendered necessary by our continuous human weakness and by the tear and wear of life. As in the physical life, there must be constant renewal because there is constant waste. And as every bodily action involves destruction of tissue, so that the living is a continual dying, so it is in the mental, and still more in the spiritual life. Just as there may be a perpetual oxygenation of blood in the lungs, so there must be an uninterrupted renewal of spiritual strength for the highest life. It is demanded by the conditions of our human weakness. It is no less rendered necessary by the nature of the divine strength imparted, which is ever communicating itself, and, like the ocean, cannot but pour so much of its fullness as can be received into every creek and crack on its shore. What in the world is this guy talking about? I'm going to be flat out honest. I feel like man, this guy is a trippy dude, right? It's like he just literally just like wrote a little... It's like he wrote a little story, and it's so funny. He wrote a little story in the midst of doing a commentary. Dude, that's why some of these olden commentaries, they're almost kind of like, you're like, what in the world is this guy on? Like, if you read a modern day commentary, if you read like a most modern day commentaries, it's very rare for, I feel like just this writing style, it's very rare to like read it like that, because it's almost like this guy's like trying to like illustrate something with his words with what he thinks about the scripture. It's just so funny to me, right? It's very interesting. Let's keep going. The apostle not merely emphasizes the continuous of the communicated strength, but its many-sided variety by designating its all power. See, that's a weird word, right? All power. In this context, the word all seems to have a charm for him. We read in this prayer of all spiritual wisdom, of walking worthily of the Lord unto all pleasing, of fruit in every good work, and now of all power, and lastly of all patience and long suffering. Which I guess, now that I think about it, right, because it says all patience with long suffering, because I feel like that ultimately goes into love, right? We could go into it again. I know people are probably tired of me going into it. If you go into 1 Corinthians 13, which is very, very important, which we actually are thinking about this right here. In the beginning it says, what is it? Love is patient, right? In the very first, I feel like that is a very important part. Love is patient. I feel like maybe there's a reason why that is the very first thing with the definition of love. Dude, it'd be so interesting. I feel like it'd be so interesting if we could just see. Imagine if we could just ask 7,000 people, believers, anybody, believers, non-believers, anybody, and just ask them, what do you think the definition of love is? I would love to just hear it. I would just love to just hear what these people would have to say. But I feel like, honestly, if you really look into it, love really, I feel like I think there's actually probably a reason why patient is the very first thing that gets put in right there, right? Because sometimes I feel like you do need to have patience, man. Because, you could just, But let's see here. Bambina, you say, very profound. I'd have to take my time to understand it, though. I love how much thought goes into it. I know. That's the other thing, man. Some of these commentaries are gnarly, huh? This one, I'm going to be honest, this one just kind of feels like a wall of text. I'm going to be honest, this wall of text is just intimidating to read. Just like, look at that thing. Holy moly. Like, I'm going to be honest, I feel like isn't that strange for me to say? I actually feel like reading normal books is actually intimidating for me. Because it's just like, bro, like this one, it's like there's verses, it's like, oh, well, there's that number. You can stop right there. Like, you can kind of like, okay, let's take a little break. All right, let's catch our breath. Let's take a little bit of a break. But sometimes I feel like when you read a normal book and there's just paragraph after paragraph after paragraph, you don't want to lose your place in the paragraph, so you're just like, well, I'm just going to have to finish that entire paragraph off, right? I think sometimes that's kind of intimidating for me in some weird way. Let's keep going. Let's see, what does it say? Long suffering. These are not instances of being obsessed with a word, but each of them has its own appropriate force. And here the comprehensive completeness of the strength available to our many-sided weakness is marvelously revealed. There is infinite riches in a narrow room. All power means every kind of power, be it bodily or mental, for all variety of circumstances. And protein, what is that? What does that mean? That's not protein as in protein shake. That's in protein as in, I have no idea. Let's look that word up. What does that mean? I've never seen that word before. What in the world? Protein definition. What in the jabanga? I have never seen this word before. Has anybody seen this word before? Dictionary. Tending or able to change frequently or easily. It is difficult to comprehend the whole of this protein subject. Protein. Able to do many different things, versatile. Shakovich, which was remarkably protein composer, one at home in a wide range of styles. That's weird. So weird. I feel like I've never heard anybody even use that word. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like if we were to say that word to most people, they'd be like, I was almost about to not Google that. I'm actually glad I did, because I was like, huh. Now I lost my place. Okay, here we go. I found it. Luckily, that word kind of stands out. For some reason, he uppercased that word right after a comma. I feel like that's just bad. I feel like that's bad grammar right there. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm terrible at grammar, but I feel like that's something that we were taught not to do or something like that. But anyway, let's keep going. To take. Oh, let's see, Bambi. You say I've seen Proteus before, not this. I know. That's a weird word right there, but I guess it means versatile. And I guess it's interesting that he brought up a composer of a variety of different styles. To take shape of all, and there's another word, all exigencies. Most of us are strong only at points and weak in others. In all human experience, there is a vulnerable spot on the heel. Now, the heel reminds me of Jacob, right? I think Jacob was known to grab his brother by the heel or something like that, right? The most glorious image, though, it has a head of gold, ends of feet, part of iron and part of clay. Dude, what is this guy talking about? I'm going to be honest, I feel like this is just confusing me. Why is he bringing this up right here? I don't know. Let's just keep going again. And if this ideal of many-sided power stands in contrast with the limitations of human strength, how does it rebuke and condemn the very partial manifestations of a very narrow and one-sided power, which we who profess to have received it set forth? We have access to a source which can fill our whole nature, can flower into all gracious forms. Wow, what, dude, I love that. Dude, can flower into all gracious forms. You know what I think about? I think about like a plant growing, and then it's just like this never-ending combo generator. Just the never-ending combo generator. That's basically what I think about when I read that. If you guys can think about it like that. or people just think I'm crazy. But let's see here. And I lost. See, that's why I like the verses. I feel like I just lose my spot. I don't even know where I'm at anymore. Can flower into all gracious forms, can cope with all our exigencies, and make us all-rounded men, complete in Jesus Christ. And having this, what do we make of it? What do we show for it? Does not God say to us, ye are not straitened in me, ye are straitened in yourselves. I beseech you to be enlarged. The conditions on our part, request for possessing all might, are plain enough. The earlier portion of the prayer plainly points to them. The knowledge of God's will and the walk worthy of the Lord are the means whereby the power which is ever eager to make its dwelling in us can reach its end. If we keep the channel unchoked, no doubt the river of water of life, which proceedeth from the throne of God and the Lamb, will rejoice to fill to the brim with its flashing waters. If we do not wrench away ourselves from contact with him, he will strengthen us with all might. If we keep near him, we may have calm confidence that power will be ours, shall be equal our need and outstrip our desires. Wow. This guy's still writing, man. What is it? Holy moly, bro. This guy's crazy. I thought I was crazy. This guy's like, how do somebody write this much or something like this? This is insane. All right, let's keep going. Oh, man, I got to take a stretch from reading this. I need endurance just reading this thing. The measure of strength. It is, according to the power of his glory, the authorized version but poorly represents the fullness of the apostle's thought, which is more adequately and accurately expressed in the revised version. His glory is the flashing brightness of the divine self-manifestation, and in the light resides the strength which is standard or measure of the gift to us. The tremendous force of the sunbeam, which still falls so gently on the sleeper's face, as to not disturb the closed eyes, is but a partial of the strength which characterizes the divine glory. And wonderful and condemnatory as thought is, that power is the unlimited limit of the possibilities of our possession. His gifts are proportioned to his resources. While he is rich, can I be poor? The only real limit to his bestowal is his own fullness, of course. At each moment, our capacity of receiving is, for the time being, the practical limit of our possession. But the capacity varies indefinitely, and may be and should be indefinitely and continuously increasing. It is an elastic boundary, and hence we may go on making our own as much as we will, and progressively more and more of God's strength. He gives it all. But there is a tragical difference between the full cup put in our hands and the few drops carried to our lips. The key to the treasure chamber is in our possession, and on each of us his gracious smile, this permission which his gracious lips utter in words, be it unto thee even as thou wilt. If we are conscious of defect, if our weakness is beaten by the assaults of temptation or crushed by sorrows that ride it down in the fierce attack, the fault is our own. We have, if we choose, to make our own and to use it as ours, more than enough to make us more than conquerors over all sins and all sorrows. Holy moly, this guy's crazy. Holy dude, this actually might be one of the gnarliest, like the hardest commentaries I've read. This is I don't know what to make about this commentary. This is it's how in the world does someone write this much for just one verse? This is crazy, man. This is it's so crazy because he hasn't even referenced other verses. So that's the other weird thing, right? I know. I guess maybe. So that's actually what makes these commentaries a bit harder. See how he actually did reference some verses we shall be more than conquerors. I know that's a verse, but what's weird is he just doesn't be oh well, this is verse blah 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 blah. He just he doesn't even put the little parenthesis things in there. He's just he just says it like that, and we're just supposed to be wait a minute, is that a verse or something like that? I don't know, it's weird. Let's keep going, I guess. But when we contrast what we have by God's gift and what we have in our personal experience and use in our daily life, the contrast may well bring shame, even though the contrast brings to us hope, to lighten the shame. The average experience of present-day Christians reminds us of the great tanks that may be seen in India that have been suffered to go to ruin. And so elaborate system of irrigation comes to nothing, and the great river that should have been drawn unto them runs past them, all but unused. Repair them and keep the sluices open, and all will blossom again. What in the world? This guy is crazy, huh? Let's see here. Bambina, you say, the part back there with iron and gold and clay reminds me about the statue in Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Interesting. Huh. I did not think about that at all. I forgot about Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Holy moly, how much left is there? Okay, there's one more section. Bro, this is the longest commentary I've ever read. This is crazy. For one verse, I'm still baffled. I'm man, I thought about 3 sentences for this verse. This guy thought about a straight half a book for this, or maybe not a full book, but Okay, this is the last segment. Ultimately, let's have just a little review on the parts that we went. I think it's from God's strength we gain the strength even in our times of weakness, that we may still have hope. And I kind of think about how Christ came as a very lowly and meek, the most lowly and stuff. He was homeless out there and stuff like that. He had no place to lay his head and stuff like that. Or I guess some people don't think, besides the point, right? And I think from his weaknesses, in some weird way, he strengthens us to keep going. And I guess that's kind of the sacrifice of what Jesus did for the betterment of his kingdom and the will. And sometimes I wonder, are there aspects of what we learned on that and how we can give that to other people, right? It's kind of weird to think that our own weaknesses could potentially help to strengthen other people to keep going, right? And I guess that kind of goes into when I'm thinking about Paul, and he says God is glorified in our weaknesses, right? Let's look that up right there. God is glorified in our weaknesses. God is glorified in our weaknesses. And I'm wondering, is God glorified in our weaknesses because potentially in our weaknesses we can potentially bolster up other people, right? It's almost like it kind of it's like, I don't know. I feel like that's what I'm getting out of that. I might be completely wrong on that, but and it reminded me of this verse, right? And he saith unto me, my grace is sufficient for thee, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly, therefore, I will glory in my weaknesses, that the power of Christ may rest upon me, right? And I feel like that even kind of goes into like, I know I've read some commentaries on this verse and thinking about like the fear of failure, right? The fear of failure gets a lot of people to not even want to start, right? They're like, because it's almost like they see the end already. They go, I'm already going to get judged. People are going to make fun of me. I'm going to make a mistake. Why even try in the first place? This is going to be too hard. We're just going to quit before we even start, right? The fear of failure, right? And I know some commentaries went into, when we think about that, sometimes within our failures, it's almost like the whole cheesy quote of sometimes success is built upon climbing the mountains of our failures, right? And I guess now thinking about the aspect of endurance, that's kind of what this Bible study is somewhat on, we need to have the endurance to keep going through our weaknesses to hopefully reach where God has us, wants us, or something like that. That's what I'm getting out of it. I don't know. Maybe I'm completely wrong. That's probably basically my rendition of what I've just learned from what I just read. But there's a whole entire other section, so let's see what he says. The great purpose of this strength. Patience and long-suffering with joyfulness seems at first but a poor result of such force. But it comes from a heart that was under no illusions as to the facts of human life. And it finds a response in us all. It may be difficult to discriminate patience from long-suffering, but the general notion here is that one of the highest uses for which divine strength is given to us is to make us able to meet the antagonism of evil without it shaking our souls. He who patiently endures without despondency or the desire to recompense evil for evil, and to whom by faith even the night is light about him, as far on the way to perfection. See, evil for evil. Isn't there a verse that says something like that? See, it's so weird how he writes it like that. He doesn't even put the little quotations. He's just like, oh, you guys are going to get that or something like that. That's a very weird way to write a commentary, but I guess that's the olden ways to write commentaries, right? Maybe I'm wondering, like, maybe some of these olden commentaries, maybe they're like, well, you know what? I actually don't know exactly where that is in the scripture, but I know that's kind of a verse, so I'm just going to write it like this. And I'm wondering if that's kind of happened, like in the olden, because this is an olden commentary. I guess that makes sense because we're not to. It doesn't. I think there's a part that says we shouldn't render evil for evil, right? What does that say? Let me look that up now. Evil for evil Bible verse. Evil for evil Bible verse. Okay, do not repay evil for evil. Don't retaliate with insults when people insult you. Okay, so he brought up this verse. Okay, so that actually does make... Oh, okay, now I get... Dude, I actually get what he's talking about now. Dude, I wish he would have just put this verse in there, because I feel like I actually almost like was about to keep reading, but now after I read this verse, I actually understand it a little bit more. Don't repay evil for evil. Don't retaliate when people insult you. Instead, pay them back with a blessing. Yeah, okay, so this is actually another thing why we need endurance. Why we need strength. This is maybe a reason why God strengthens us, is so when people come to us and they want to put evil upon us, sometimes people want us to just retaliate. Some people, it's like when you meet people and they kind of just want to like push your buttons. They kind of want to just like, even there's some people that just want to make fun of people just because they want to get something out of them. They want they want to provoke people to do something, right? I guess that's the thing about when we maybe learn a little bit more about the strength of God. It's almost like when these things happen to us, can we have the patience to be like, maybe the patience and even the understanding to be like, wait a minute, maybe that person that's making fun of me, maybe that person's a very hurt individual. Maybe that person's getting abused by somebody. Maybe some traumatic event happened in their life that they're not saying or something like that, and maybe that's why they're reacting this way. And can we and even though they may be angry at us or maybe wanting to make fun of us or making fun of other people, can we still be a blessing to them? Can we still make, because sometimes if we cannot be the person that starts even trying to better their lives in some cases, even if we might not like them, maybe they're going to just continue to just be a snowball, and this snowball is just going to be into this crazy avalanche of, these crazy things that we potentially even see nowadays of people killing people and, mass shootings and all this crazy stuff, when all this stuff maybe could have been healed or even, healed way early ago, but maybe people weren't aware of this stuff, and it's kind of crazy to think about. That's what I'm thinking about right now, but let's keep going. This commentary is brutal. Holy moly. This commentary is actually a very, very brutal commentary. Okay, evil for evil. So we do need the strength of God, especially when that is a big one, actually. When stuff like that actually really does test. I feel like honestly that would actually be a good indicator to see somebody, maybe not see somebody, but even a testing of our own patience. That when somebody wants to frustrate us, wants to do this to us, can we still be patient with them? And can we still love them? Can we still love our neighbor as ourselves? Man, that's brutal, right? And even just thinking about what the Lord Jesus Christ said, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. I know for some reason that verse has been in my mind a lot, because many times we have to remember and have the understanding that even if we might even be trying to be nice to somebody and bless them, they might still not get it at the first time. We still need to have the patience, because sometimes we might have to be the person to try and bolster them up. Hopefully. And holy moly, I'm so not done. This is gnarly. Let's keep going. This is a gnarly commentary. Holy moly. Okay, we're right here. And to whom by faith even the night is light about him. So far on the way to perfection, God is always near us, but never nearer than when our hearts are heavy and our way rough and dark. Our sorrows make rents through which his strength flows. Interesting. Man, dude, this commentary is hidden so gnarly, right? Because I feel like that's actually when people sometimes, I mean, I'm going to be, it is kind of weird to think, like when people start praying and stuff like this sometimes, even if they're not fully a believer, I feel like it's when these crazy events start happening. I know a lot of people make fun of that. They're like, oh, why are these people just praying? It's like, but the thing is, I think that's even a thing, man. It's like sometimes they're like, holy moly, what else am I even supposed to do? It's like, at that moment, it's like, man, but let's keep going up in here. We can see more of heaven when the leaves are off the trees. It is the law of the divine dealings that his strength is made perfect and weak. Holy moly! Dude! I actually think I understood this commentary. Dude! Holy moly, I actually think I understood this commentary a little bit. See, his strength is made perfect in weakness. Right before we read this one, I brought that verse up, right? That's so funny. Well, at least hopefully we learned something about this. Let's keep going. God leads us into a darkened room to show us his wonders. That strength is to be manifested by us in patience and long-suffering, both of which are to have blended with them a real, though apparently antagonistic, joy. True and profound grief is not opposed to such patience, but the ecstasies of it. The hopeless and hysterical outbursts certainly are. We are like the figures in some old Greek temples, which stand upright with their burdens on their heads. God's strength is given that we may bear ours calmly and upright, like these fair forms that hold up the heavy architecture, as if were a feather, or like women with water jars on their heads, which only make their carriage more graceful and their step more firm. How different the patience which God gives by his own imparted strength from the sullen submission or hysterical abandonment to sorrow, or the angry rebellion characterizing God's selfless grief. Many of us think that we get it on our own very well in prosperity and fine weather without him. We had better ask ourselves what we are going to do when the storm comes, which comes to all sometime or other. The word here rendered patience is more properly perseverance. It is not merely a passive but an active virtue. We do not receive that great gift of divine strength to bear only, but also to work, as such work is one of the best ways of bearing and one of the best helps to doing so. So in our sorrows and trials, let us feel that God's strength is not all given us to be expended in our own consolation, but also to be used in our plain duties. These remain as imperative, though our hearts are beating like hammers, and though there is no more unwise, cowardly surrender to trouble than to fling away our tools and fold our hands idly in our laps. But Paul lays a harder duty on us, even a promise of great gift to us, when he puts before us an ideal of joy, mingling with patience and long-suffering. The command would be an impossible one if there were not the assurance that we should be strengthened with all might. We plainly need an infusion of diviner strength than our own, if that strange marriage of joy and sorrow should take place, and they should at once occupy our hearts. Yet, if his strengthen be ours, we shall be strong to submit a quench, strong to look deep enough to see his will as the foundation of all. And if ever busy are good, strong to hope, strong to discern the love at work, strong to trust the Father even when he chastens. And all this will make it possible to have the paradox practically realized in our own experience. As sorrowful, yet always rejoicing, one has seen potassium bumming under water. Our joy may burn under waves of sorrow. Let us bring our weakness to Jesus Christ and grasp him as he did the sinking Peter. We will breathe his own grace into us and speak to our feeble and perchance sorrowful hearts, as he had done long before Paul's words to the Colossians. My grace is sufficient for thee, and my strength is made perfect in weakness. Holy moly. I needed endurance just to read that commentary. I'm actually wondering if that was actually something that McLaren did as well. Dude, that was the longest commentary I've ever read. That was insane. Holy moly, dude, we read all that. That is insane. Man, shout out to McClarrick's exposition. That was crazy. Oh, man, that was gnarly. Well, I'm sorry, everybody, if you got bored of that. I tried to read it with some fervency. I'm going to be honest, I got a little tired in the middle of that, and I feel like it was a little overwhelming. I'm sorry, McLaren. Your commentary was a bit overwhelming to me, but I feel like that was it. So there we go, everybody. There we go. Holy moly, that was gnarly. So what did we learn, everybody? I feel like we learned a lot. I feel like if there's anything, there's a lot to be learned in patience and endurance and long-suffering, right? Especially when we're going through trials, especially when the storm happens, especially when evil comes upon us. Are we going to render evil for evil, Or are we going to bless these people? Or love our neighbors as ourselves, or even our enemies? You came in so late? Well, if you want to read it, you can read it right here. This one's on, oh yeah, this is Colossians 1:1. If you go into Colossians 1:1, Colossians 1:1 commentary. But yes, this is the verse that we went, dude, one verse. That guy wrote all that for one verse. Strengthened with all might according to his glorious power, unto all patience and long suffering with joyfulness. Right? Which joyfulness is an interesting one to think about. There's a lot of commentaries on it. I honestly was not expecting to read that. I thought it was actually going to be way easier to do, but I think hopefully I like to think that we learned something today. But see, I feel like that's just a really good example. I feel like, man, that was just a long wall text, and it's almost like, how much am I actually going to get from that? And it's good to read stuff like that, right? But I feel like my mind wasn't even like ready to take in all of those words all at once. But yeah. Let's actually, where's my other set? Oh, here, somewhere over here. We're gonna do a card draw from this set. So now it's the card draw, everybody. So let's do that. It's not that hard. These Bible studies really aren't. I guess today was actually pretty challenging because I had to really I'm like, wait a minute, what is this guy talking about? Right? Because I feel like that's what makes the olden commentaries man, if you read that, it's just so, wasn't that so weird? He put little stories in his commentary. If you read modern commentaries, I wonder if is it just our writing style nowadays? I feel like people don't do that nowadays. They're not we're going to write a commentary and then just be like, oh, well, the flower has infinite possibilities when it blooms, when God gives us the strength to keep going, or something like that. I'm just like, what in the world is this guy? This guy is crazy. This guy's really interesting. I think it's also just the olden, I don't know, kind of more storytelling-ish, how they used to talk and stuff like that. But let's do a card draw. We're doing it with this set, not this set today. We have two sets. One with this color. I do like this color though. But I did change out some of the cards today. I can tell the writer definitely had a passion behind it. I know, huh? I could tell that too. It was like, whoa. This is he definitely put a lot of his himself in there, He's very it was almost very serious and stuff like that, right? It's actually interesting. Isn't it weird how you can kind of tell when imagine if you were to ask somebody, hey, can you write a commentary on this verse? But what if they were already just bored, right? I think that is such a good just indicator of something. If somebody gets bored of something, it's definitely, they get a little bit more oh, why is this? They kind of put it on the back burner. They're like, oh, this isn't important, I'm just gonna just wing it, something like that. I don't really know, but I like to think I'm a passionate writer, but that was so profound it makes me think harder about thinking harder. I mean, that one was crazy. That guy's on a whole different level, He's written a lot of commentaries too. We have read a bunch of his commentaries, but I don't know, for some reason that verse, I guess, must have really hit him. And that's actually a very good indicator, right? Isn't it so weird, how certain verses, hit people, right? Certain verses, I'll bring them up and they're some people bat an eye. They're like, ugh, yeah, I kind of know about that verse, But then some verses, you're some verses really affect people. And I think maybe what happened with McLaren is maybe he did go through a crazy storm in his life. What if even, I've heard there's a lot of testimonies where people are about to unfortunately take their own lives and stuff like that. And they're like, well, this verse helped me not give up. It got me out of, it helped me to just keep hanging on to to hope in life and not give up and stuff like that. And I actually think that's another big strength of God's word, right? Is because of stuff like that, right? It has given people hope, even on like when they were about to just let go and maybe just, you know, end their own lives or do something crazy and stuff like that. And it's actually really, really, that gives it a whole different weight to how powerful God's word can be. Some verses I'm able to explain because of actual life experiences. Yeah, very, very true, right? Now, I'd like to say that I could remember that a lot of that stuff today, but I'm going to be honest, I feel like that was just a wall text today, and I feel like I'm not going to remember that much, I'm going to be flat out honest. But that's why we keep practicing, so hopefully we would like to remember a little bit about it. So now we're going to do a card draw, and let's see what we draw today. And then we're going to ride a bike. Let's see what we draw today. The first card of the day. Oh, look at this. We got Gandalf, friend of the Shire. Gandalf, friend of the Shire. I'm gonna be flat out honest. I've never really read any J.R. Tolkien. I've only seen the movies. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be honest. I really don't read that many other books. This is the MTG one of when they did the Lord of the Rings things. That's kind of funny. This is the flavor text. It says, "After 100 years, hobbits can still surprise you at a pinch." I tried to talk in Gandalf's voice. I like that Gandalf. That Gandalf's very happy. I actually really like that card. Like, they made Gandalf very happy. When you see Gandalf a lot of times, he's like this very, like, stoic, old, you know, like this old, you know, this guy's just happy and cheerful and joyful. I mean, think about that. I know we did a Bible study on joy in some degree, but that's an interesting one, right? Number 2, Orm's Chant. This is the original Orm's Chant. I guess they did a remake of this card. Somebody told me that they reprinted this card. I thought it was a kind of a good... Well, actually, I knew it was kind of a good card, but... Man, that's so funny, bro. You know what this card reminds me of? This card reminds me of the Don't Render Evil for Evil. Because you know what this one does? It says players can't cast spells or they can't attack. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. You can't cast spells or attack. It's basically like peace. When I think about it. Okay, number 3. Noble Panther. Interesting. This one reminds me about the AI system. This one reminds me about the AI and nature, like nature versus robot. Number 4. Rafika the Many, the commander. That reminds me of Proverbs 28:1. Divine Visitation. That's cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stormfront Pegasus. The wicked flee when no man pursueth, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. That was the very first verse I remember memorizing. Not the KJV version, it was the ESV version. I really like the colors on this card. Man, the colors on that card is cool, man. Actually, it makes me miss my white bike. I really do kind of want to paint my frame white. Man, dude, the colors on that card are so, like, solid. Imagine riding that thing. Dude, imagine riding a Pegasus up in the skies. Dude, that'd be so cool. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Got a holographic planes. That planes looks like an actual place. Like, that looks like Ohio or something. Some place in the Midwest or something. Okay, last card of the day. Ooh, knightly valor. Knightly valor. And that, everybody. Oh, look! It'd be cool to see a knight on a Pegasus. That was the hand for today. Now we get to ride our bike, which yesterday was a hard day on the bike. Hopefully today will be easier. Hopefully I land on the day, but I'm actually not expecting. I need to just accept that I'm in the weird plateau right now. I have Faith Kuldeep. Welcome there. Welcome to the very weird stream where you guys just get to tune in, which I want you guys to stream too. I wish every believer just did a Bible study devotional. That'd be awesome, right? I want all you guys to do a Bible study devotional. I don't want to be the only one out here doing it, right? I know I'm not the only one, but how weird would that be? Imagine if you were just the only person doing it, right? I would probably not be doing it. So, because of the beacons of other believers shining their light, it has encouraged other people. Mount Moriah, welcome. We're done the card draw, and now we're gonna ride our bike. So, unfortunately, I don't know if you missed the Bible study, we did the Bible study. We're on Colossians 1:11, which, if you want to read a very gnarly commentary, that commentary took like an hour to read, which that was insane. So, now we're gonna ride our bike, and hopefully, do something. We're gonna hopefully land something. Yeah, I was on patience and endurance and... Yeah, patience. Patience and endurance, I'd like to consider that, right? I am doing good. Thank you, Mariah. I hope you're doing good as well. I hope you're encouraging more people and more believers to stream and just do anything, right? I keep seeing more and more believers on the Christian tag. When you press that little, I don't know if you guys see the little screen right now, but at the bottom there's these tags. If you press that Christian tag and you go to like lowest, viewers highest to lowest, it's I've been seeing just more and more people, man. Just I see a new believer every single time I do it now. It's really, really cool. I'm like, dang, that's like really awesome. Which is kind of crazy because do you frequent the Reddit? Do you guys frequent the Reddit Christianity stuff? I do follow like the True Christians, Our Christianity, Our Bible, I think there's some other ones. I don't Ask Christians or something like that. And you can see it's interesting because you can like see all these different questions that unbelievers have. Questions that believers have, questions that you might think of, you know. I mean, I've asked thousands of questions on there, right? And it's very it's cool like seeing that. But someone did bring up like, you know, we were called to like be a city set on a hill that cannot be hidden, right? And like some people are saying, well, what happens if like unbelievers are shining their light more than believers are, right? It's like, that's so good. We're taking Twitch for real. We need more Christians. We do, huh? But now we're gonna ride the bike, and this is generally when people don't really watch the streams, so I'm just letting you guys know that right now. Especially now, because I feel like I kind of like it that not many people are really like watching the biking summit, because it really gets me to be kind of a little bit more like I get to focus on things that I might be bad at, and you get, you know, because like I feel like. If I don't actually, by the way, I actually don't like seeing the viewer count. See how I hide the viewer. This thing at the bottom is actually the viewer count. I actually do not like seeing the viewer count because it gets me. I actually learned that from other Twitch streamers. They said like when you see the viewer count,
sometimes it like trips people out, and it trips me out too, especially when I'm riding my bike. If I see like a bunch of people like watching and stuff, I like ride differently because like I'm like, oh well, I gotta land something, or I gotta like, you know, like it's different. So I like to hide the viewer count, so it keeps it a little bit more. It actually just gives you less anxiety, I think, or it doesn't make you feel like you have to like you're like, oh well, there's a lot of people watching, I gotta like be like this or be like this, right? It's like you're kind of more like even in the. And thank you for the follow. I think that was a follow. I can't see who actually follows me, but thank you for that. But now we're gonna ride our bike, and hopefully we can land something. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I'm also trying to think how I've been trying to break up the monotony on these streams, because I know I do the same like viewpoint right here, and I'm wondering if there's a way I can break up the monotony. You guys, the BMX bike's really fun to do, and the other cool thing about the BMX bike is you can throw it in your car, you know? Like, you know, on a big bike, you have to take the front wheel off and you have to take the parts off. A BMX bike, I feel like I don't hear a lot of BMX people say that. The BMX bike, you could just put in, you don't have to have a truck, you know, because if you have a dirt bike or something like that, bro, you either have to have trailers, you gotta have to have a truck to go and move that stuff and haul it around, you know, but throw it back in the car. You're right. Now, we're going to check our PSI, and we're going to ride. And we're going to put some music on, too. I was also thinking about changing the perspective on the phone, but I guess we're going to try and do as well. Yeah, that is what I could do. Because I have been wanting to like try a little bit of a different viewpoint, just to kind of change it up a little bit. It's just kind of like, it's hard to like get the whole garage. That one might work like that, right? What are you guys doing? Are you guys just chilling out? It's weird that you guys are even listening to the stream, huh? Remember to plant seeds, everybody. Let us encourage one another, build one another up. You never know how a seed may be planted. So let us keep sowing seeds for the Lord. Let's keep sowing seeds for the Lord, everybody. You know, we're like little farmers out there. We got, you know, with instead of like, I guess maybe real crops, it's like people, I guess, right? Isn't that weird to think about, right? That kind of goes into becoming fishers of men. So I guess that's why communication's really good. Communication, everybody. Welcome to Speechcraft. Okay, what are we doing here? We're gonna put some BMX videos on. That's what we're gonna do. So I feel like I feel like that's why I have it at the bottom too. It's because like it's hard to like get it all in here. There we go. Let's put some BMX videos on and some music. So let's open this up. Let's go to our playlist. Let's go to live stream. That button. this down here. We're going to put the BMX right here. Push that right there. We have our floating slideshow. We're going to put that over here, just like that. By the way, if you guys ever want to know like how I do the stream, I guess I can show you too. This is how I have the stream set up. How I have, you know how I have the YouTube video? I have the YouTube video right down here, just like this. I don't know if you guys can see the screen right now. You push this down like that. This is, I don't have like a multi-screen out here anyway. So we can push this down a little bit more. For some reason this is not working out very good. Okay, so see this? I have it like this. Okay, so see how I have this? This is how I have it set up. We have OBS over here. We have the chat over here. On OBS, I have these little things right here, like the image slideshow, which that's just in a folder directory. And then I open up YouTube, and I actually have YouTube up right here. And then that's how it's playing right up at the top right there. Now for the music, I actually have the music and I play it off of the tablet. Alrighty, what are we going to learn? I'm going to learn more double-footed tricks. So that's kind of the goal. I'm going to learn more double-footed tricks. They're really hard, and I'm really bad at them, so we got to tighten our crank because this is like super loose. And I just want to say, you guys are no inclination to watch the stream, because I can't be entertaining all the time, so I kind of already know that. So. And there's going to be a lot of failing over and over and over again, especially with the flatland. So right now we're getting some Allen wrenches out. I'm going to grab this one. For some reason these cranks like come loose a lot. Just tighten this right here. And this is actually really loose. Look at how loose that is. I need to tighten that. This is actually a customized little sprocket guard we made. And I need to tighten it right there. Actually, we're going to have to make another one. Let's try it again. Alright, let's do this. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? We're going to work on double-footed tricks. So we're just going to work. We're just going to walk into this one like this, and you can wear it right here. For some reason, I'm really bad at it. This guy is really good at double-footed stuff. Bikes are fun. Bikes are fun.
My way is going for it.
My way is diving deep.
Man, they make it look so easy. Hard. What other double-footed tricks are there? Well, maybe I should just learn like. Maybe I can find out how to first. Nope. Okay. I guess we'll keep practicing cliffhangers too. Oh wait, I need to change the thing. We're going into BMX Streets. There's 5 viewers in BMX Streets. Holy moly, there's actually 5 people in BMX Streets. I practiced on my cliffhangers. Kind of think I should move that, but maybe not. Yeah, I definitely just wanted to hear that. Thanks to God. Alright, have you been thinking about any verses lately? What verse has been giving you encouragement lately? I say, become fishers of men. Yeah, I'm okay. There's a flat on BMX, you really don't get hurt too much. It's the safest form of bike riding. And I'm about to flip over a lot doing this cliffhanger. Tighten the seat up a little bit more. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. Interesting. That is a very interesting one, right? It's weird how it says like cosmic and heavenly places. This trick's hard. I've been I landed a couple times last week, so. Almost. That's pretty close. I got scared to land it. fire hydrant for decades back too, so I think that's it. The brakes are a little off. Tighten this one a little more.
My name's Derek Mass. I'm a Nike A1C trainer, and I'm wearing the Nike Zoom PR1. It's versatile enough to wear before a workout, during the workout, and after as well. It's responsive for those conditioning classes, but also stable and supportive enough for all.
Yeah, it's good to remember we are not fighting by human ways or even the physical strengths in the world, but we are fighting against evil in the spirit. Yeah, I like those verses too. Those ones go into like the armor of God too. I like those ones. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, we're going to clean our rim. Be strong in the Lord and the might of His power. Hey, have you? I know you. Have you seen that thing in Pokemon? I actually someone posted something recently. There's this thing about Brock, and he talks about Noah or something like that. Look it up. Look up Brock, Noah, Pokemon episode or something like that on Google. It's hilarious. Yeah, there's like this episode where like Brock talks about Noah. You know, like the original anime? In the original Pokemon anime, I guess there's this episode where Brock starts talking about Noah. Something about a bird bringing the branch. It's pretty funny. I recently saw I saw another believer post something on that on Instagram. I know, huh? I just feel like I feel like a show like that would not do that nowadays. But I think it was like okay, I guess in like whatever when that came out, they're like, all right, well let's give it a green light. Do you think they would do that nowadays? I feel like they probably wouldn't. Let's practice fire hydrant a decade. I lost this trick. I got it. Brakes are still really bad. Try a decade to boomerang. I do want to try fire hydrant decade to boomerang. that didn't work. So I always like say I'm going to do the double footed tricks and I end up not doing them. Try this combo again. I feel like this video, I can make it a little bit bigger. Make the video a little bit bigger. Like that. I should do some no hand tricks. La 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 la. Never like this song. Huh. Oh, this is a pretty cool song. Let's choose this video. I like multitasking right now. Multitasking. This is like not getting the right size. Maybe this should just make it smaller. How's that trick so hard? I feel like I need to get more upright. I need to try to go faster too somehow. It's kind of hard to go like faster in here though. that get? I think I'm doing something seriously wrong with that trick. I'm just like scared of that trick. It's like I should be able to hold it and like keep going in a circle. But I can't do it for some reason. And it's so strange that this is just strange, huh? It's so funny because, like, I, like, know barely any flatland riders on Twitch. It's kind of funny. I'm actually, I'm pretty sure, like, more non-flatland riders just watch the flatland than just even flatlanders. It's kind of funny. Like, oh yeah, we were also going to learn hitchhikers. Try to do the double bar thing. Double bar, bar spin, or shell hat. That. We're also practicing ice picks over there. What other tricks were we going to work on? Funky chicken toad. There's another no-handed trick I was going to do too. Switch crossfoot circle K. Dude, that one's so close. I haven't landed that one yet. I don't know how to land it. This is just like guitar riffs. It's like guitar riff loops. We almost landed it right there. I ran in the wall. We almost landed it. See, it's not impossible. Almost. That was a nice cigar.
Hey, why don't we do this more often, bro?
Stem bug spray is made with botanical extracts to kill the most common household insects. So even if your connection is bugging out,
Yeah, just keep trying to land this one. or I should just keep moving on. I feel like that's the other thing is when people are watching, I kind of just feel like I should just like be switching combos up. So that's what we're gonna do. Practice manual one. Oh, bless it. It's kind of flat. Oh, we're changing the category. We're going to fitness and health now. There's only 71 people in here. We're just trying to have fun. I feel like it would be just boring to watch, but if you guys want to watch, I still haven't even landed anything. It's kind of crazy. What other no-handed trick were there? Let me think. Cliffhanger, but this is one I was trying to do as well. Not a no-handed one, but a long combo. Oh, almost. So close. I like let it down. I have to like yank it. Yank it up a little bit.
Coors Banquet, the same brewing tradition since 1873. When you're the favorite beer of rock stars.
Kind of digging this like surf punk stuff. What other no-handed tricks are there? Does anybody know? hit that curve. There's probably some ice picks on it. Hit that curve and put it back over here. You have no idea. No worries. It's all good. I guess I could just practice ice pick. I don't have to zoom. Because I was going to move the camera all the way over here. I could just film right over there. Some people are like super good at that trick right there. Not bad at it. Move the rocks. I'm moving them. Might go, I'm going to do some crank foot grinds. We got 2 in a row. Start grinding this thing more. Oh, my crank's loose, or my pedal's loose. Sounds like slow. Slow song. Struggling. This is the struggle of learning the flatline moves. Let's get back to foot fingers.
our cats could talk, what would they say? We all wish we could hear our cats' voices. Then we can understand how.
I'll be right back. Oh yeah, that's what we're trying to learn too. We're trying to learn hitchhikers. Forgot about that. Hitchhikers. Where are those lines? We gotta retape these things up. These things? We're gonna retape them. They're kind of messed up. Actually, I wonder if I could just tape on top of this. I think I could just tape on top of this. No, I probably shouldn't, actually. I'm gonna just retape them. What do you guys think? Should I tape these again or just retape it? Because I guess it is kind of like sketchy right now. Let's just retape them. I used a bunch of tape on this thing. I'm using this tape so I don't break them. This light on. Take this. Move this over.
Move with Xfinity and settle in with the best Wi-Fi. Bring on the good stuff.
There we go. Take some of this right here. Open this up. Pretty cool song. Measure it out right roughly. Say about right there. Should work. I wish I could do this faster, but there probably is a faster way to do this, but you gotta like, I guess maybe I should just roll it on there. Oh no, I can't. You gotta like cut it at the same time. Now, I saw some Japanese writer doing this, so that's why I'm doing it. I think it makes the longevity of these bar ends work better. I forgot to make the Twitter post thing. and steady, like the turtle. How much did I put on that other one? Dude, I put a cake of this. Look at how thick that stuff is. So this is so you don't break this bearing in here, because it's actually, I almost broke this one. It was actually the other one I almost broke. If you don't put this tape on here and you slam it on the ground. Pretty cool song though. I haven't heard this one before. Hopefully it's not copyrighted. There we go. I think that'll be good. There we go. We are back shockified for these bar end things. These ones. Hey, we're gonna make the Twitter post thing. That's what we're gonna do. Where's my phone at? Here it is. All right, we're making the Twitter post thing. Oh, I forgot because I did a drawing yesterday. Man, it's already 7 o'clock. What in the world? How was I going to do this? Oh, yeah, we're doing this. We're going to go like this. Oh, no, not like that. Like this. We're going to do photo library. We're going... You're going to put this, this drawing up. We're just going to go like this. Drawing from... Oops. Drawing from yesterday's stream. Inspired. Oh, drawing from yesterday. Or I guess it was a stream. Inspired by Psalms 23 and the armor. And the armor of God. Period. And then we're going to put live right now. If anyone wants to ask questions or share verses. And we're going to go to our stream right here. We're going to copy this link right here. Copy. We're going to paste it right in here. Paste. We're going to put 2 periods at the bottom so it doesn't get all jumbled up. We're going to do period, enter, period. We're going to go to our notepad. We are going to go to, where is it? Where is it? Where did it go? That's weird. Did I delete it? Oh, it's right here. Going over here, going to copy these ones, copy. Going in here, we're going to paste these ones up in here. Let's see, we have to get rid of 51, unfortunately, so some of these. All right, it's 19. Probably get rid of cycling, maybe. Okay, just like that. We're gonna post it. Just like so. And that's how you guys make a quick Twitter post thing. And I guess I could show you guys how to do a Bible verse one. Let's go into Psalms 23:4. Let's go find Psalms 23:4. Just like that. I'm going to copy the ESV version or whatever version you want. Just like this. Copy. Go over here. Go back on here. You just make another one. Paste. Then you put Psalms 23:4. And you put the hashtags. We go back to our hashtags. We go to our verse. We actually have one for verses right here. Copy those. Boom. And that took like literally like what, 2 minutes? For some reason, did that work? Yeah. It's straight. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. And that is how you guys can share a Bible verse very, very fast. So. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. I was fixing a whole bunch of stuff. Now, a bunch of people just pay people to do that. That's you guys can do it manually like that. Man, I really wanted to land a cliffhanger today. You know what? I haven't even landed a no-handed trick today. That's gnarly. Hopefully we can land it. Hopefully we can land it. Oh, my brakes are real sweet. It's hard. There's got to be a way to land it. There was a weird scuff pattern to that one. I feel like the secret is you gotta like kind of like pivot your foot a little bit on this peg. Like push right here and then push behind the bar. Like this. And you can kind of like let go of your hands. The problem is like your back, since there's so much weight, your back end wants to like kind of whip out that way, so I don't know how to land it. I almost landed one earlier, so that was last one. We might be able to do it that way. Like land it and then do like a boomerang or something. It's a really weird land because all your weight's over here. I feel like if we just do a long scuff, you long scuff it out, you might be able to go like long scuff it out. Make sure you kind of like, you know, slow it down, and then swing your back leg up and put it on here. Fudge. I keep like overthinking it. It's almost weird. It almost feels like I'm like going into a side yard. This line is way too flat. Maybe that's what I need that. I was doing it earlier. Not doing it anymore. Boy, that's hard to land. I don't know how to do it. Kind of feels like it like goes all over the place, like it's hard to control. That has to be the way to land it. We almost landed earlier. Dude, it's weird, like I'm almost like in an exit like this. Oh, you know what I might try? I might try to put my foot a little bit more farther up. putting my like toe on the peg like this. I think if you put your foot like that, I think it like kind of like centers. I think it actually what it does, it actually makes my leg a little closer to the bar. I need to grip it a little bit more. I've never heard this song. Nope. Yeah. I don't know how to like it. I keep thinking I'm going to land it, but then it doesn't happen. Maybe I'll have to move on. Try back here now, Henry. Oh, you will not hit me. It does have a cross on it. I feel like I'm getting worse. Fudge. Dude, I haven't even gone to club today. Yeah, hopefully land something, right? Too slow. I'm like 1 millisecond too slow on this first. I need some cranks. We're getting that now. That one's fun. At least if I don't land this one, it's just fun to do stuff. Darn it. Why is it so hard? I'm like really trying to land it. I never landed this one. You can. It's kind of weird, like this. I think it's weird. It, like changes the. Man, this trick's brutal. It's weird, like, there was a little point in time when, like, I guess last week I thought this trick was kind of easy, but I can't run anymore. What is wrong with me? I don't know. Brutal. That was a cool song. I actually really like that song. We're saving that one.
Salmonella pizza. Uber Eats is giving away $10 million in free Domino's pizza. What did you just say? Yeah, $10 million in free pizza. Say that again. Sure. How about 10 million? Oh.
We did a bet. Oh yeah, so maybe we should do a front no-hander. Yeah. Oh, I remember we were trying fire hydrants with front rear no-hander. Let's try that. That's cool. So close. quiet one for the hard these past 2 days. I guess I'm not doing curators, so that's why. Actually, I don't even think I've done a curator today. So I guess that's kind of why it's hard. Curator, no sick bee. Maybe let's try a different combo today. Let's try pickup bar, foot jam, no hander, to half cab, a biblequote line. It's like decade or something. Or kickflip. Let's see kickflip. Cool. Alright, actually, let's do 360 tire tap, reverse ET. We'll try that one.
Excellence is a discovery. You grew up with milk chocolate? You
This song's cool. Man, this video is cool too. They're just riding in this little area, that little area. Foot jam, no hander to what? Let me check the what foot jam here. Sketchy. I was almost there. I was going to do a kickflip, but... Huh. start. I'm making that stream marker. That's pretty cool. I feel like this trick should not be this hard. A little hand switch. Sounds a little depressing-ish.
At US Bank, when we say we're in it, dude, we mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings.
What time is it? 7:35. I guess we press. What about funky chicken and header? I forgot I learned that one kind of. Fudge. Okay, so if I'm going that way, maybe I need to go a little bit more this way so it's a little bit more in the center. Ah. I'm still pretty far off. I need to go like. Yeah, I might have to go like this.
Real quick, how would you find the answer in all this data?
You can satisfy it.
yeah, sorry about that. Holy moly, I didn't plan anything today. Oh well. This is just the grind. Come on, Gnarly Plateau. Let's see if we can land this one again.
We know it seems easier to just hide yourself.
Alright, so this is brutal. I did not land it. It's weird because I almost landed one earlier today, so it's like a carrot on a stick, man. I almost landed this time. You know what I'm gonna have to do? I wonder if I need to like bring my foot over, kind of push it down that way. You guys think I'm crazy, but I did not land this thing, man. I don't know where wrong with this trick. Doesn't even seem that hard. Especially because it's like a little hot potato no-hander. It's not like you're holding it right. Fucking chicken tail. You just try to even out the bars. Things won't happen. There is funky chicken to switch it to the ball. Let's do some fire whips. I haven't really been practicing the fire whips, so I seem to get it. Weird, it's like I've lost our trick. I've literally not landed one thing today. Brutal. Brutal. I did switch one part on my bike out. Maybe that's the weight's messing me up. Huh. I don't think that would have done it though, but man, maybe it did. Because I broke my old seat post and it was way lighter than the one I'm on now. Brutal. Colin's been super hard these past 2 days. That is so hard. Like extreme hard right now. Punch, cool. It's just my tires. My tires are getting pretty slick. I wonder when Flatlanders like switch your tires out. You ever heard this song for? I think they put this one on copyright.
I just got the weirdest text. Oh yeah? It was like, dear old phone, I think it's time we part ways, etc., etc.
About locomotive. We actually haven't even practiced that one today. So, you know, it might be it. When I think about all the no-hand tricks I haven't done. Slow today. Like 2 milliseconds slow today. Come on. That was it. Oh, this is so hard. I literally have not landed one thing today. Oh man, I need to just not think about landing things. This is really weird. Normally I at least land like 2 things. But I literally have not landed a single thing today. Oh no, it's like testing my patience. Weird. It's like, is it my bike? Am I slow right there? What's going on here? can't land just a generator. Try not to do generators though, so. Brutal. Okay, let's go back to the one we almost landed today. Somehow I don't know how I did not land it. That was a lamb. I don't know if that was like a hot potato no-hander. I don't know if I did or not, but fun. I wonder if I landed. I don't know if I like went like this or like did I actually like extend it out. Well, that took 2 hours to land.
Off your first order. With selection for any dog with any diet. At prices you'll love.
Let's see if we can do it again then. We actually landed it, I think. Let's see if we can do it again. Take that one. It's so crazy, like actually landing something out of all this time. That was brutal. That was brutal. That was fun. Sounds weird. I haven't listened to this song in a long time. I'm trying to replicate it since I think I landed it. One more land. see how you do it now. You can kind of like carve, like, I think if you turn your bar a little bit, it kind of like pushes the back end so it doesn't fall. It's a weird trick. Flatline ground. Never stops, huh? It is fun. It probably seems really boring, but it actually is very fun. It's just so, for some reason, it's just hard today. Past 2 days, flatline's been very hard for some reason. Probably because I'm not doing charity. Well, hopefully I landed that one clip. Hurts so hard. Like if you mess up a little bit, it doesn't work. Holy moly! Let's see, did somebody raid me? What the? Holy moly! And you guys kind of caught me on a day. Like who raided me? Consumed by hen. Thank you for the raid. I'm going to be honest. You guys caught me on a day where I'm not really doing much. I swear I've only landed one thing all day today. I'm probably going to go draw here pretty soon, so I guess now I can do tricks that I kind of already know how to land. So kind of do that now, huh? Let's do tricks we already know how to land. What do we got? Let's see here. Let me open up the chat. Holy moly, man! Thank you for the raid, by the way. My stream's been kind of slow lately. So the bike riding isn't as entertaining, I don't think, as like the drawing and stuff. Probably because there's really not that many BMX riders on Twitch. But who plays? Does anybody play Fortnite in here? Because there is another BMX rider, and if you guys play Fortnite, he plays Fortnite a lot. I don't really play, but there is another BMX rider that streams on Twitch as well. But I think now we're probably going to go draw, so maybe that's what I should do right now. What are you guys up to? Are there any verses that you guys have been thinking of today? Today we did a Bible study on 1 Colossians 11, which almost seems like, some weird ways I was testing on that one today. Said something about with all power and steadfastness, with joy, something like that. I don't even remember it today. I think this song got on copyright. No, it got on copyright. About this song. Bambina del Dulce.
Philosophy.
Blank cat. Blank cat, blank cat, blank cat, blank cat. I think we're gonna go draw pretty soon here. I only landed 2 things all day today. That one thing I almost landed, it was basically the only thing I landed. Besides that thing today. We'll land one more clip. We'll do a generator. This is the first generator of the day, I think. So. Well, first generator of the day, and I didn't land it. Because that's normally the trick I always do. Every day. It back. Thank you, everybody. I hope you guys are finding strength in the Lord. May we encourage and edify one another. Well, I guess I'm going to go draw now. We're still streaming. We're going to go draw, though. This concludes the bike riding segment of the stream. Now, we're going to go draw. Okay, let me gather all my belongings, and we're going to take a trip, and let's go and draw a character, everybody. We're probably just going to draw a paladin, because those ones are a little easier than normal. Hippa. Have there been any sermons you guys have listened to? Any verses that have made you think, made you ponder? I think endurance has been on my mind a little bit lately. Cheers, by the way, everybody. Remember to drink water. All right, let's go inside. This concludes the bike riding segment of the stream. We're also gonna eat some salt. And let's go. So I'm gonna just take this. Put that right there. And we are going to grab this. And let us go. And let's go draw something. So the cool thing about the bicycle, the BMX bike, is you can fit it in a car very, very easy. Because you know, like a normal bike, you know, like one of those bikes, the wheels are really big. Sometimes you gotta take off the wheels and put it in the car, and sometimes that's the cool thing about the BMX bike. All you have to do is just put it in the back seat, and you're good. And you can traverse the lands, everybody. Traverse the lands. Now we are going to go inside. Okay. Man, these streams are weird, huh? We got the Bible study, we got the drawing, got the bike riding. Okie dokie. Let's do this. Okay. Here, and then we're going to put it over here. Drawing yesterday actually worked out. I don't know if today's drawing is actually going to work out, so sometimes they work out, sometimes they're a struggle. I'm kind of almost thinking it might even just be a struggle today because the rest of today was just a struggle. Okay, let's put this on, let's put this on. Put the light on, and this is the drawing we did yesterday, everybody. You guys, I'm sheep. Sheep, 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 sheep. Okay, everybody, I have a question. How do we become better fishers of men? Matthew 4:19. How can we become better fishers of men for the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ? Thank you very much. It's always great to see you. Eep, 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 eep. Who here has seen a handwritten Bible? I have never seen one before. Have any of you guys seen a handwritten Bible? I have actually, I guess I've seen one on the internet. I have never seen one in person though. Okay, we're gonna push all these over here. Good night, mammies. And God bless you all. Thank you again for spending the evening with me. Thank you, Consumed by Him. Glory be to the Lord. I hope we continue to find edification and encouragement, and may God's Word give us strength. And even in our weaknesses, may we find, even in our weaknesses, may we find the strength to continue from God. I'm going to push this up a little bit. We're going to make this video a little bit bigger, like this. We're going to put the image slideshow down here. We're going to put the chat up in here. Chat. And we're going to put, let's see, let me skip this. And I'll be right back real quick. I just got to wash my face real quick. Let me put on a skating video real quick. And then, Dan Corrigan. I'll be right back. I just gotta wash my face because I've been just sweating all day. Well, I guess not all day, but just a little bit. And I will be right back literally in like 2 minutes. I just gotta wash my face and then I'll be back. I'll take that one. We're gonna watch this little video. I'll just put this on here. I apologize if there's cursing in here. This guy right here, his name's Dan Corrigan. He makes a YouTube video every single day, and it's just really crazy. But the other thing is that the skating, he skates for Pal Peralta. If you guys don't know Pal Peralta was one of the guys that were like a part of, he was like one of the main guys in Dogtown. And the cool thing about the skating team that he skates for is that there's a lot of believers that skate with this guy. John Bradford, there's this other guy that rides like these old boards that is a believer, and there's a bunch of believers, but not saying that he might be cursing in his video. I'm just going to let you go so you guys know. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. Let's do this.
And she doesn't toe side like a ledge. She's like, oh, I just catch the ledge. Balances the toe side on a square rail every track. But she's an anti-skater. She doesn't do a lot of front side stuff. Front board, but front 50-50s are spooky. I mean, if you have back 50-50s, what's the point? It's like if you have the cooler version. The other day I was skating the ledge with Zach, and I could switch tails back to switch. But when I go regular, they're very out of control. And Zach's like, don't bother fixing that. You have the cooler version. Back nose kind of rail? Okay. Perfect. I wish we had her yesterday for the music video. He just put on some thunders. He's an indie thunder switcher. You know, he's a switch. Yeah. I like the pinch on thunders more. Because you have the risers, right? You put risers on it. He puts risers on his thunders, and it lets him turn really well. Smaller. The 8-inch. Oh, you have the smaller base plate. Oh, you have the forged base plate with risers. So that makes him what, like a little bit smaller than a standard indie? Like literally, I think half a millimeter. Or that's really big. Toe side, back nose grind on a rail. But what about a front board? You're a front boarder to fakie, huh? Were you trying to go to forward on that one? Yes. She just learned that last time we skated. Oh! She's never done that flip trick before as well. Stuck it right there. You haven't skated since the last time we skated. How have you been working on it? Oh, you know, this time's like, okay, I see. So I witnessed your last year. That's the first thing you landed on. If you look literally at the end of the rail while you're sliding, like look that way, it forces you to come out regular. Be very conscious about where your head is. You see, you still look backwards. It's a hard habit to like create, but yeah, just put your feet out there, but keep your body straight.
All right, let's do this. Okay.
Look at me. I'll wave to you.
Who knows John 13:35?
Come on, look at
Who knows John 13:35?
Look at Nick, come over here.
By this all men shall know that we are his disciples, by our love for one another.
And like last time I was here, I kept popping out with like my truck literally right here.
Okay, let's see. What should we...
I was just going around with Nick, and I started trying like a
What should we draw,
slightly
everybody?
different rounding anti-bend technique, and I keep getting like, used to be here, now I'm getting to like here, but I just want to get to where this wax starts, because this is the start.
By this all men... By this all men know that ye are my disciples, if ye have love to one another. Let us try to love one another. And by the way, there is no incentive for you guys to watch these streams. I'm just kind of just... You guys just get to peer in. Some stuff like that. I make a lot of mistakes, and I apologize if I offend anybody. I apologize if I'm doing anything wrong. A lot of times I don't even know I'm doing something wrong, so just gonna let you guys know that right off the bat. We're gonna use some paper. You guys want to know the materials that we're using. This is just computer paper. This is computer paper. This is a 0.5 break-resistant pencil that you can get these at Walmart. This is a Crayola cup pencil. Now it's kind of weird that we're using Crayola cup pencils, but I actually started using these in the process. And then another new item is this Mono Zero Tombow mechanical eraser. This one, unfortunately, you cannot get this at Walmart, but these items right here, you can get them at Walmart. So let's see. I think we might just draw like another Paladin today. We could draw... Paladins are just always easier to draw. We could do some... Okay, we use this plastic thing to draw, by the way, because see how there's all these bumps on the wood thing? And I also use these a lot. Actually, I need to... Where's that thing? I lost that thing. That's not good. Maybe it broke off. Anyway. We use this, and we use these little clips. Where's the little clip? These little clips here, I use these a lot. Just these little clips. Put that right there. Where's that paper at? Put this right here. I'm gonna put this right here. Like that. This. Okie dokie. There we go, everybody. There we go, everybody. I mean, maybe I'm almost kind of thinking about the Isaiah 40:31 verse too. We did do like a winged one yesterday. I guess we did like the winged helmet. But maybe we could do like a winged character. 1 Colossians 11. That's what I'm trying to think about a little bit anyway. Yeah, let's just draw, I guess. Let's just send it. Okay, so sometimes we use some of these old drawings. I'm gonna put the oops, this thing is in the way. I apologize about that. Let's see that. And maybe I should just put on a BMX video and we'll listen to music. I guess we'll just listen to this. Where's some paper? Okay, here we go. See these ones? This is actually the drawing we did yesterday. We do these little thumbnails. Just to kind of have some placement, see what it's about, kind of see that stuff in here. Now we're going to do another little one. And these are called thumbnails. So a lot of artists, now some artists don't even do thumbnails. I actually don't. There was a little bit of time, a little stint where I actually didn't do thumbnails at all because sometimes it does kind of take up a little bit of time. But now I've been kind of liking them just for, just to kind of place it on the paper a little bit more confidently. Kind of why I do it a little bit now. And I also need to take it off of health and fitness. I forgot to almost change it. We are in artwork right now. And I apologize if there's cursing, everybody. Maybe I should just put it on music. Which we are just going to put on music. Normally I just like, I can watch Dan like a lot, honestly, just listen to a bunch of his videos. But now we're just going to put on a playlist, a BMX playlist, and we will draw a picture. Let me see the playlist we're going to put it on. Let's just put it back on this one. This is the safe one that I know nothing crazy's on. Oops. Okay, we have this. Let's put some music on. Where's my other tab? There we go. We're going to go here. And let's see here. I think I know what we're going to list to. What should we listen to, travelers? Where's my draw? I think oh, here's my drawing music. There we go. Alrighty, everybody. Let's draw a picture. Who wants to draw today? Today I'm just like speeding it up because normally I take a break right now. And honestly, I probably do need to just not take a break and just get straight into it, right? Okay, so what we're gonna do, let's zoom this in a little bit. You can see my pencil right here. See? We're gonna be starting just like we draw the bigger characters. Basically just like that, you know? But we're just doing it very small, just figuring out how it fits on the page, right? We're gonna start by establishing where do we want our, generally how I think about these is it's either the character on this side, do I want the character on this side, do I want the character facing this way, 3/4 straight on, and that's basically, it's kind of like, like the character select screen in RPG games. That's basically what I'm thinking about, right? Like, this is the character select screen of the RPG game that we're kind of playing right now. So let's start with our line of action. So ahead. So we're going to start with our 3 immovable masses. These little 3 immovable masses, if you guys read George B. Bridgman, that's kind of where I studied figure drawing, is George B. Bridgman. There was this artist when I was a little kid that I was really, really inspired by. His name was Frank Frazetta. And so that's actually who Frank Frazetta studied, was George B. Bridgman. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to do our 3 immovable masses, which is our head, torso, and pelvis. Also, I kind of forgot, there was actually another step I forgot. This is actually where we can get our proportion grid, which I think today we're going to just kind of go with normal human proportion. If you guys go into an animation studio or even like a video game studio thing, they have a big character sheet, right? And like all the different classes and all the different types of, there's like a dwarf, there's like a halfling. All these things have different proportional grids, right? Right now we're doing the human one. And there's a commercial. This is the human proportion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. There's like sound effects in this song here. Let me change it. Screw it, let's keep listening to it. There's like a little coyote howl or something. Okay, so how we think about it is we go 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is at the end of the pelvis. We're doing a pretty simple pose today because I'm trying to speed up the process. Normally I take a break right now, so kind of just going into it. This is a very, very simple pose. So I guess, let me zoom this in a little bit more because I know it's kind of like hard to see, right? There we go. This is a very simple pose. Now there's these landmarks that I like to think about, right? Of these 3 movable masses. 1, 2, 3. 5.5. Is that right there? I'm trying to think how we should do this. Maybe put it with that. Something like that. So this is our legs. We're going to do the arms. Trying to think if we should do a shield. We're going to have to put a shield in here somewhere, huh? How are we going to do this, everybody? How are we going to do this, everybody? And let me change this music. This has like ambience in it. Let's go to this song. We're going this. I'm going to warn everybody. This music's a little cheesy, but this music's a little cheesy, but we're going to try and do it. Do you like the cheesy music? I'm trying to think how we're gonna do this character. You don't like cheese though, huh? Wow. You not like pizza? How should I do this character here? So the other thing is we can also use this pencil. Let's actually go in now with this one. We can actually mess around. So this pencil is easy to erase. This one is not easy to erase. Like I can't really even erase that. But it does kind of make us commit. Let me move this one. Everyone, oh, this is Bully Slow Red. I can watch up in here. I haven't watched this in a while. This is an old video. It's like from the 90s or something. Just not only cheese. I'm trying to make this not look too threatening. That's the other thing. We always put the shield right there, but I actually might do that again. Oh wait, we're gonna put wings on here too, I forgot. Should we put wings on here? Are you guys seeing a little character in here? You guys see a little character we're trying to build up? Wow, Vic Murphy, dude, this guy used to be a believer, or not used to be a believer, this guy is a really gnarly believer. Dude, this guy's actually a really gnarly believer. This guy's like a pastor right now. That's so crazy. What the? I didn't know he wrote for Bully. Dude, that's crazy. I didn't know that dude wrote for Bully. Now let's look at this guy up. Vic Murphy. Yeah, look at that. Dude, we literally, this guy right here. Dude, that's crazy. I didn't know that. I've never really watched this movie to the full, to like the full extent of this BMX video right here. Yeah, this guy right here. This guy like became a pastor or something, dude. Look. Jesus did all, let's ride. And then he does like, that's him right here. Man, that's so crazy. Dude, I'm like tripped out right now. Look at that. This is a famous photo of him. Like, basically every BMX rider has seen this photo right here. What the? That is hilarious, man. I never knew that this guy rode for this company right here. That is wild. Wow. That was like a little Easter egg. I was like, man, I never knew. That's so funny. Because actually one of my favorite writers used to write for this company, Perry Murvar. Where'd my pencil? Oh, here it is. This is kind of a... I'm trying to see how I could do a bicycle. Oh, you know what we could do? Instead of this big sword, maybe we could do like a sword that we get like we did yesterday. You know, with like the book. Maybe push this hand a little bit up, right? Cause I'm trying to put a bike in here too. It's hard to like fit it all in here, which I guess this is why like the thumbnails are kind of good. Okay, so how do we fit a bike, a book, and all of this in here? That's the challenge that we're having right now. Let me zoom this out just a little bit more. You guys can't really see the rest of it. Okay, so I think we're gonna do the bike on this side. Okay, what about we do like one like that? Yeah. It's hard to like draw the sword like coming out of the book, but also how do you draw the arm behind it? See, and I guess these are what also it's kind of good about these little thumbnails is you can kind of think about, because I actually know that this part's actually going to be very challenging now. Now what we could do is we could put the shield in front right here, like this. And put the bike back here, which maybe that's what we should do. Maybe then we could fit it all in here. I think that's what we're gonna have to do, just like that. You guys see it? You guys think that's gonna work? I know it's kind of this part. I need to like figure out what we're gonna do right up in there. So let's keep redoing this part because that part is very, very messy. Maybe what we could do is do a similar pose like that one dude. Maybe have this chick kind of like the book like. Do 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 do. There we go. That might be the sort, like she's holding it down there, and then maybe pushing the shield a little bit closer. Yeah, this might be it right here. I might do this one. You guys see it? I can see it. This part, I just know this part's going to be hard though right here. This part's going to be very, very challenging. We also have to somehow think about, I'm going to push the shield up a little bit more too. We also have to think about where we're going to put the verse. And this is kind of where we could place it on the thing. I guess I could put the bike right here and then put the shield right here. Maybe we'll go back to that idea. As you can tell, we can switch it up, and it's actually much easier to switch it up on this little drawing compared to us doing it in this big one where we have to erase all the paper, right? So making these little changes right now can help us save a lot of time. Now, do you guys know any lore to the kite shield? I think the kite shield was developed because of horses, right? I might be wrong on that though. I don't know exactly. Okay, so now I think we can put the bike right here. Okay, that looks good. And then we can put the verse right here. Alrighty, everybody. Well, can we maybe build this character up? How long did that take? I'm wondering how long that took right now. I think that, took 20 minutes? Do. Alright, let's build this up now. Okay, so now we take it off of this paper. Now I need to change this song. This song is ridiculous. And if you guys can see it now, this is what we're building up. All things are possible with God. I don't know how you form these interesting compositions, but they're very interesting to watch. I think it's basically just once you learn the figure drawing thing, it's kind of just like building a character up like that. We'll change the music. This music is ridiculous. This is a weird zone, huh? We're just changing the zone. Let's just change the zone. This is a weird song too. Oh well. Alright, let's do this. Okay, everybody, okay. Man, that dude just did a tail whip. That's pretty crazy. He did that way long ago. So what we're gonna do, this is our composition. We're gonna think about placing the character in the little plane. So now this is just like the bigger piece of paper. And we're gonna basically kind of roughly go into, is this character does have wings. So we're actually gonna make this character a little bit smaller than normal characters. This is actually gonna be very challenging because I feel like when we look at it, I did end that wing right there. So we have to kind of think, where is this going to be getting placed on this piece of paper, right? I think we're going to go right here. Okay, let's just try it out, and we can just really rough it in. We're using this pencil so we can erase it easy. So let's go and maybe build up our proportion sheet. Let's go let's just try this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. I actually think that one's gonna work. Let's think about the shield real quick. I just want to think about the wing. Okay, so that means I'm gonna have to push that a little bit more like that. And push the shield a little bit more like this. Okay. All right, now let's go into it, and we're basically just building up the thumbnail just like we did, but we're going to be doing it with this pencil, and then we're going to be doing another layer on top of that one, and then we're going to be erasing this pencil and then going in with another layer, a cleanup layer on this one. So it's almost like a 3-layer technique in digital. If you were doing a digital, the only thing about this one is that you just cannot erase this one. We have to think about this layer right here is basically unerasable layer. So yeah. Okay, so let's try and build this character up now. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with our line of action, which is the spine of the figure. Let's go like that. Let's do the head. It might be actually a little bit too little. What do you guys think? I think it might be a little too little. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, let's just go with it. So we have our line of action. This is our this is the spine of the figure. We're going to go 3 immovable masses. And this song is ridiculous.
This is a comeback moment for me because I've just been away from school for so long. It's important to be prepared because you don't want regret.
Or just going with this music. Let's go with this music. We're listening to game soundtracks, by the way. On each and I have no idea what they're saying, by the way. Okay, so 3 immovable masses. 1, 2. Okay. I have to think about these as blocks of mass. 1, 2, 3, 4 is at the end of the pelvis. Should I zoom it in? I probably should zoom it in a little bit more, huh? Let's see the character construction. So, okay, so then we're using so if you guys study George Bridgman in figure drawing, he's very, very pivotal on these 3. He calls them 3 movable masses, and you think about these blocks. Some people, and by the way, this is how George Bridgman draws a figure. There's many different ways to draw a figure, by the way, so this isn't the only technique. A lot of other artists have way different techniques. You know, there's some techniques where you do ovals with everything. There's some techniques where people just don't even do this. They just go straight into it. This is just the one that I was kind of taught. And man, this figure is pretty small on here. I might have to... I need this figure. Oh well. Huh. It might be an issue later on. Let me just think about this real quick. So this is this wing over here. I feel like I'm not even gonna have enough room for the Bible verse. I guess maybe we could put the Bible verse maybe right here. Let's keep going with it, I guess. Actually, you know what? I might have to push this back. It is pretty, you guys can see it's pretty small, isn't it? Now the thing is, I'm having to really think about this because I know the thing about when you do it digitally is you can just you can quickly resize things, but the problem is with the traditional one, it's hard to do that. And sometimes it just takes up a lot of your time. Let me just place this in real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. End of the kneecaps. Let's split this in half. I'm going to quickly rough this in. I'm not sure if we're actually going to do this one, but I'm already pretty far into it, so we might have to commit to it. It worked though. It's weird. I haven't like drawn a character this. This is a very, very tiny figure for sure, and it's just because of the wings. And that's the thing is, I actually might have to like. I wish I could just. Now, if we were doing this digitally, I wish I could just, you know, do the lasso tool, just lasso tool this, and then just make it a little bit bigger. But I guess it is kind of cool because then we can make the wings like look a little bit bigger. Because normally I have trouble and I have to like make these like little kind of smaller wings. I still could make it bigger. Oh, this is my favorite part right here. This video. I've watched this one a lot. Should we commit to this one? I mean, it is pretty somewhat within that thumbnail. But now I'm almost thinking I should have almost made it like this. Scale. But I guess, see, that scale, I would have to make the wing a little bit smaller. I almost think that would look actually probably better if I did that scale right there. And I probably should have thought about that more, huh? Interesting. Darn, I should have scaled this differently. Oh well. Should we redo it? Or should I just go with this one? rushed a little bit. Oh well. Let's just, at least we didn't go full into it, right? So let's redo this again. We're rescaling this. Unfortunately, I'm going to rescale it. So that means we have to redraw the entire thing. But not. Luckily, we haven't went into the detail side of stuff. So we're still roughly in the beginning stages. So it's not that crazy of a restart. But yeah, we are actually going to crop this. And if you guys that are doing this digitally, this is the biggest thing I miss about digital art, is that digitally you can just like, just straight up, just whoop, you know, like. Alrighty, so we're basically gonna redo this entire thing right here. So let's just actually just commit to it that we're just gonna redo it. So I'm just gonna do this like this so I know for sure that I'm not gonna stick with this drawing. And we're gonna go with this crop ratio. It can only get better. We're going with this crop ratio, and then maybe we'll put the bibleverse like right here or something, or maybe, yeah, it's actually gonna be kind of hard to put the bibleverse. Like, we might have to put it right here or somewhere, or we could just do the in and out thing where it just like, it just says like Isaiah, you know, 40:31. Alrighty, so let's redraw it. We're going to do this scaling. We're basically doing the same thing. We're just redrawing this one. That's okay. So let's get up some new paper. And that is one thing about the thumbnails. And I feel like, I don't know, for some reason I was like okay with that. I was like, it's going to work. But then I started realizing, wait a minute. I could have actually made, and see, it was actually, and that's what happened when I rushed something really fast, right? Is sometimes if you don't like really like think about it, you go, wait a minute, I didn't really think about that. Because if we actually rewind this video of how I did that, I just straight up just like was like, when normally I actually think about it a little bit more, which I actually should have thought about. So actually we're doing this crop aspect ratio right here. So let's try this one. Okay. No worries. So that means, let's see here. Let's redraw it, everybody. I know I seem crazy, but okay. So we're gonna be placing our figure in again. Let's start right there, and let's see if we can build up the proportions again. Sometimes I don't get this right off the bat, so we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. Oof, that's gonna be a little. Feet's going to be hanging off the page. And see, that's what happens if you do it just a little bit too big. It's so crazy. That little bit of just difference changes quite drastically when we build the character up. I can't remember. Let's actually try this one. And I know it's like doesn't even seem that much crazier, but a little bit more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. Okay, because this character's a little bit in a 3/4 position, just a tiny bit, and that means that if it's in a 3/4 position, it's actually going to be, instead of like this, it's going to be like this. And so if it's like this, you can see how my hand goes a little bit closer to the camera, right? So that's kind of what we have to think about if we're going to draw it like that, because it's going to be a little bit more, you know, like that. And sometimes we can think about this little line right here as an axis. You know, if this is like a plane axis, you can think about like this as a, you know, just like that. And it's just like, it would just be like right in there. It kind of help you out. And that also kind of helps you kind of place the character on the piece of paper a little bit easier too. Okay, so now the other thing about building this proportion grid up is that now if you go into, say, studying perspective, which perspective gets gnarly, right? You can essentially, if you know how this proportion grid is working, you can throw, just because you can just think about this as a line, right? And you can throw this into all these different perspectives, like 3-point perspective, fisheye perspective, all sorts of different perspectives. Okay, so let's do exactly what we did last time. I guess the other thing is I'm trying to think how we're going to place this head in here. Even this one's... Maybe I should push it a little bit more down, actually. I think actually my... Man. I don't know if we're using this proportion grid. Kind of rushed it. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 and a half. So it's going to be a little bit off the paper. No, it's going to be not off the paper. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Let's go back to a little bit bigger one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. I wonder if that's gonna work, because it might be right off the edge. Let's try it. Well, we're gonna give it just a slight go, just a slight little try out. So we're gonna start with exactly what we did last time, our line of action, which is the spine of the figure. Let's go through removable masses. One, 2, 3, 4 is at the end of the pelvis. Thinking about these as 3 blocks of mass. Let's split that in half. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's actually just quickly see if the wings are going to be able to fit in here. Yeah, I think it's going to work. Let me zoom this in a little bit. Okay, I think this one is maybe gonna work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 and a half is at the end of the kneecaps. Oops, I actually messed that up. Now this isn't always for everybody. This is just a rough estimation. And what is this song? This is like Duskwood's song. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 and a half. Okay, we place the figure in. You're gonna put the shield in here. Is the shield gonna fit in here? It should fit in here. I think we're gonna do a smaller shield because then we might have to write the verse down here. I might write the verse right here. And then you got the bicycle. Should be right here. Okay. All right. We actually. Okay. So this is the one that we're going with right here. Which I know it seemed crazy that I just redrew that entire thing, but basically this is the scaling that we're gonna go with. And yeah, this one actually might work out. Hopefully it works out, maybe. Okay, so now we're gonna go in with our commitment pencil. So we're switching with this one. Sometimes we have to be a little bit careful when you use this pencil. You don't want to like just really like dig it in there, right? Because like, so the other thing I found out, right, is see how there's these lines right here? Well, if you press this pencil like really, really hard on that line right there, then it's actually, sometimes it actually gets trapped underneath this pencil and you can't erase it. So you kind of have to like use a little bit of pressure sensitivity kind of with that pencil. I just want to let you guys know. And I just want to let you guys know that this pencil can be very, very frustrating. So, there's been because this one I can't really, you can erase it a little bit, but you can't erase it fully. So, just letting you guys know. Or change the video. Now we basically watched that entire bully slow ride video. Okay, let's do this. We're making good time though. It's only been 4 hours, 17 minutes. Let's keep going, everybody. Let's go in with this pencil. So just like we kind of roughed it all out with the, building up the figure. Let me just zoom in so we can see it a little bit more. Yeah, right. We're going with our line of action, which actually, you know how that line of action actually was right there? Now we can actually, once we place see how we place these three movable masses, you can actually see where the spine is on the figure. So the line of action I actually got was wrong. Now the thing about the line of action, this little line of action thing, is that animators are really, really, really good at finding the line of action like this. Like even if you were to see this guy right here, it's like, where's this guy's spine, right? And then thinking about that axis thing I was talking about, and like even thinking about like a cheetah that's running or something like that, right? Its spine is going like this, right? Animators are really, 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 really good at the line of action. So if you guys, because it's almost like if you can find that line of action and you can be more accurate at finding the spine of the figure, you can start building up everything else from that, right? And that is actually where that line of action is. So now we're going to build this figure up. Three movable masses. Split that in half. One, two, three, four, five, and that's the other thing is I think I might have got some of this stuff wrong. So you can kind of like go back, right? It's not like you have to do the exact same line that you did, because you can also like kind of like go back and like correct yourself, right? So we go into our proportion group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 and a half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 and a half. So I guess that's roughly right there, right? And we can roughly see how this one is. See how the pelvis is kind of, it's not like this, it's a little bit more like that. We can take this line and then figure out, this, I'm like confusing myself. I probably make no sense whatsoever. We basically just take this little line and then we just kind of just do one like that, and you can't, because if it was like exactly 5.5, it'd be like that, right? And since the pelvis has moved a little bit, move the leg a little bit. It's actually weird. I'm like talking a lot more than what I'm drawing right now. I don't even know if anybody's watching. Oh, there's actually 4 people watching. Okay, so I guess there are some people listening to me. The other thing I want to say is I've said this stuff so many times now, so it's almost like I'm just like repeating myself a lot. But I guess repetition is kind of what gets us to memorize things, right? So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. That is a big landmark, though. I forgot who I learned that from. I don't know if that was from George Bridgman. It might have been from what's that guy? Glenn Vilppu. Because I kind of so this technique that I'm doing, it's a kind of a combination of multiple figure drawing artists. It's a combination of, well, I guess we haven't really done the Andrew Loomis technique right now, but I kind of learned from Glenn Vilppu and George B. Bridgman, and that's kind of like but I also, so I've learned from mostly the figure drawing technique of constructing a figure has been mostly from George B. Bridgman, which George Bridgman studied Michelangelo. So in some weird way, this is in some strange way potentially how Michelangelo would build up figures and stuff like this, right? But then also I've learned from Glenn Vilppu. Glenn Vilppu, I don't really know who he studied, but then also I've taken techniques from Andrew Loomis, which the Andrew Loomis, he's much more mechanical, I would like to say, and he's really about like perspective and all sorts of stuff. Mike Wandu, I've been learning, thanks. I apologize if I'm confusing anybody, by the way. Okay, so let's go into, now I also don't know what these muscles are. I do know that I've drawn so many legs. I know there is actually a muscle. There's actually two muscles that go in right here. So there's a muscle that goes right there, and then there's like another one that goes under it, and then there's also this really crazy artery right there, which you do not want to cut that artery, because there's this crazy main artery that goes up to your heart, and a lot of people have died because they've cut that artery. So if you guys are, I mean, I don't know, I guess it would be a freak accident, but please protect. I mean, I'm honestly surprised there's not more armor, like, you know, that kind of, there's a crazy artery right there that a lot of people have died because they've cut it. I don't know what artery. Do you guys know what artery that is? I'm not a crazy anatomy person, but I do know that there is one that's in there. You guys have probably heard it, especially if you're like a nurse or something, or a one of those like medic people. You guys have definitely probably heard about that artery, because I think if you cut it, you'll like bleed out in like 20 minutes or like 5 minutes. I don't know what it is. It's something crazy. And the other thing is from that artery also, I've seen, if you see some MMA guys, how they cool off is they'll actually take an ice pack and they put it right there, and you're like, why do they put an ice pack right there? It's because that main artery goes all the way up to the heart, right? And then that heart starts putting out cold blood everywhere and starts cooling you off. And I recently learned that. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, today's bike riding was brutal. It was really hard today. Interesting stuff. Funny, huh? I guess it's not funny. It's actually, it could be potentially pretty serious. Serious matters concerning this stuff. I mean, potentially you might be able to save somebody's life if, you know, knowing that, right? That's why they have that tourniquet thing. If you see somebody get cut right there, be very, very aware. Because you might have to like make that weird thing where, you know, you wrap it up and you have to cut off the blood circulation or something like that. That might actually, I don't know if they actually do that, but I think that might be an area where they have to maybe do that. Okay, so we got this down. Let's work on our deltoids. And this is actually a point where we can actually we'll go back to this pencil, because this pencil is a lot more easier to erase. And thinking about like the hand, I'm thinking about the hand like a little block. You know, it's like this little block. if you think like what Bridgman starts teaching is he teaches things in like masses, like, you know, if you just think about things and, you know, it's like a lot of artists say that, just think about it as like a big, you know, it's kind of like this rectangle shape, or we're basically just drawing a big rectangle shape. And so now this is the technique, kind of like what the Andrew Loomis technique is. So I know Andrew Loomis, he starts talking about these arcs, right? And why he starts talking about these arcs is because there's these, so when we figure out, okay, so that's like the end of the bicep, right? And there's a little bit of the tricep, you don't really see that. There's the end of the deltoid. So this bicep kind of like goes, and if we think about this as an axis, like if that was a little axis right there, this bicep can go all the way around, right? I guess not all the way, I guess depending on how flexible you are. But also within this axis, not only is there this axis, if we wanted to draw this hand, if we wanted to draw like this arm like all the way up here, right? We could follow this axis and then figure that out, right? And this is how some animators also figure out how, you know, how to draw like a bunch of different poses and stuff like that. But also from this axis, we can also think about this axis right here, right? So it's kind of like a very simple concept. Just being like, okay. But also we have to remember that this character's not like this, it's like this, right? So also you have to kind of put that into a factor of, you know, what we're doing. That makes sense. I'd like to think about this is the end of the elbow. Okay, so the elbow's somewhere over here. I don't know, right? And then something like that, right? There's gonna be the buck or something. Kind of, we did like this, a very similar pose yesterday. And then I'm also thinking about like the handle. Generally, it's kind of weird. I like doing, I guess this is something I haven't really voiced in terms of like speech. But sometimes, like lately, I've been liking to take this, you know, these lines right here, this line, this line, this line. There's actually supposed to be a line right there. This is actually kind of confusing to people, I think. Let me erase this one. That line shouldn't be there, actually. It actually should be more like that, right? And just kind of taking these lines, but also when we do like the hilt of the sword, kind of like, you know, kind of maybe, but also we can kind of think about, you know, like, that's kind of what I've been kind of, you know, kind of like gives this like little, like unison look about it. Or I probably just seem like a crazy person. It's funny that you guys are even watching this. This is the ramblings of a madman. I'm just kidding. And we've been listening to the soundtrack. Let me change the soundtrack. I'm probably bored of this. Holy moly, we've been listening to that for 40 minutes, and we're still making some good time. We're making good time still.
Good evening.
Wait, is this so
Tonight
on?
we have
Okay.
Pride of West Africa. It brings together the
There we go. Jambaji. All right, what do you guys think? Should we go over it? And that's why we use this pencil, right? So it's like we do have a push and pull. It's like a push and pull technique, right? But I think we are going to commit to that. Let's bring out the commitment pencil. Just go whoop, whoop. Shap, shap. Sipa. Du kalaba. Heep, 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 heep. Now, I'm still not sure about the shield, Because it's actually weird. I've been like, a lot of the shields that I've been drawing, they've been just having this flat top right here. But as I've been seeing some kite shields actually like go up like that. Which I don't know why they do that. There has to be some sort of reason. It's actually very interesting when we get into armor design. There a lot of these little subtle little bends and stuff. Well, sometimes the bends are just like it may be an aesthetic thing, but if we look deeper into it, a lot of these bends actually had a deeper purpose, and I'm still not at that level of knowing why certain, why the shield's like this, or why the shield's like this, or I think I did hear something about the kite shield of why it started bending down, right? Because there also is just like that. It's not actually called a tower shield, but it's that shield that just looks like a big rectangle, right? It's kind of, like the Roman shield is kind of actually like a curved rectangle, Now, I think what somebody did say is that, like, the kite shield was because of, like, mounted when you were on a mount or something. I think it would, like, get out of the way or something like that, but I might be wrong on that. So, what was I doing? I lost my place. Yeah, we're going to do let's try and do this one now. Let's draw through the form. Let's do the Andrew Loomis technique. Let's kind of split it right there. We kind of know roughly that the elbow is going to be like right there. So we go over here. The rough elbow is going to be right somewhere over there. And we got the hand, which I don't know exactly how we're doing the hand. So we're just going to rough it in there. And then now, let's just start sending it. We're going to really commit to this now. Like, we're going to commit. I was actually kind of hesitating on, like, should I put that little bend up there? We're going to go with it. Now, there also is some shields that kind of have, like, this little cutout thing that I've been kind of liking to put the little cutout. So we're actually going to put a little cutout right here. It's kind of fun to do. Put a little notch right there. Let's put that in half. Honor it to the Lord. Just like that. Yeah, it's like playing an RPG game, everybody. This is BMX Bible Adventures. Welcome, everybody. Maybe I'm not exactly sure. I guess this cutout right here, I'm assuming. I mean, I'm going to be honest. This is more of a video game element. This little cutout thing, but I think I have seen some shields because they like, you can like go behind it and then you could use this and maybe use the sword and kind of like poke somebody out right there, but. Something like that. Okay, so now what we're going to do, everybody, is now we have all of this up in here. Let's just commit to it. We're going to commit to some of these wings as well. Let's just commit to some of these wings. Just a little bit. Just a tad, we're just... Because we know we're going to go with the wings like that. Now we can't really go back, so. Okie dokie. So now we're going to go back with this pencil. And we're going to go in. And so now this is actually a technique from Brad Rigney. Brad Rigney had this technique where he said, I don't know, when he constructed his figures or something like that, at this point, at this stage, it's very easy to be like, oh, well, I want to put the armor right here. Let's work on this little bracelet over here. Let's work on this little thing over here, or this over here, or even how I was doing this right here, right? Let's work on this over here. What Brad Rigney said is sometimes there's something actually strange about humans innately. Well, I guess this is actually not what Brad Rigney said. This is actually what some other artist said. There is something strange innately with just humans seeing another human's face, or another human and seeing hands, right? And what's it called? There's some sort of word for it. It's like, darn, there's a word for it. I can't remember it right now, but there's actually a word. I think there's a word called like uncanny. No, it's not. Is it uncanny valley? Something like that, right? Where it's like, you know, people get tripped out about like faces and stuff like that. So, we're going to work on the hardest areas first, which for me personally are the head and the hands, and we're going to build everything up. And then what Brad Rigney said is when you work on the hardest areas first, and then kind of work your way up, depending on what you think is hard, right? It makes everything else a little bit easier, right? And also, if you are on a very strict deadline, it's also a good one to work on the hardest areas first. So we're going to go in, we're going to clean this up. Now, I also want to say with this eraser, sometimes you want to make sure that this eraser is somewhat clean. There have been some times where I was, especially like if you do an ink or something like this, maybe say ballpoint ink, and you were erasing kind of the stuff underneath it, sometimes the ink actually gets in the eraser a little bit, and there have been times when I like would erase it, and then just a big ink smear just goes, and you're like, no. That has happened. So now we're going in, and see how I can't really erase that green pencil? And now where we're going to go in is we're just going to kind of like just kind of go in and see if we can find like a character in here, right? And there's so many variables within this stuff. Let's see if we can find a character in here. These are props rituals, interesting. Kind of want to watch. Let's watch like BMX Olympic racing. I thought I had it in here. Let's see if we do. So, do we have Olympic racing? I thought I placed it in here somewhere. Oh, we do. Okay, here we go. We're not going to watch the actual Olympic thing, because I don't actually have it, but we can watch this one. This is gnarly. Now, BMX Olympic racing was actually in it before any other BMX. It was the first BMX discipline in the Olympics. Okay, so let's figure out, and also right here, there are a lot of things we could do with this right now, right? Do we want the head like this? Do we want it like this, like this, like this, like this, like that? You know, it could be just like, you want it looking up, looking down, right? But lately I've been having a lot of characters like this way. I kind of want to do like a straight on pose, maybe. Now, it can be very, very subtle how we're doing this stuff, so. But we're just practicing right now. Sometimes we gotta just practice like making that mark, and also just experimenting, seeing what it may look like. So. this? That's how we do that. I'm not sure. Did that chick win something? Or did she lose? I don't know. Okay. So I think we're gonna commit to it. So where's our commitment pencil? There we go. Pencil. And let's commit to some of this stuff. I don't know. We're gonna have to put some shoulder. I'm not gonna commit right there because we are gonna put some like armor up in here. You also have to think about like the armor of God thing. Very, very challenging right here. So let's work on that right now. Let's change the music. Does this sound like goth music?
Oily roots, dehydrated lengths, 2 problems, 1 solution.
Let's do this. Doom 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 doom. Just put a quick tabard on. Now this hand right here is going to be very challenging. I can already just tell. Yesterday I was having trouble with the hand too. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and do the hand first before we do the book, right? Because I feel like if you commit to that book right there before you kind of do the hand, it's like you can kind of like get it a little bit more confusing. So let's just practice. Let's keep practicing and see if we can get a little bit closer with this. Okay, so we think about the arm right here. Let's think about this as a big I just do one similar from yesterday. You know, I think that actually there would be a little bit of what's it called? Foreshortening, because I guess she is kind of like pushing her arm up. So I guess that's another thing about the whole arcing technique too, because so say we wanted to foreshorten. Imagine she had her hand like going out like that, right? So we would have to take this pivot point and then think about that pivot point and then think about like that little arc thing right here, right? But then sometimes like the arc looks like this, right? So the foreshortening kind of can be kind of confusing, right? Because it can look like this, and it can even look like that, right? You can even be like straight up, or even just like a little bit arched like that, right? And so that's the thing about like the pivoting stuff with the foreshortening, but also we're thinking about like the arcs and stuff like that. Probably make no sense whatsoever, but man, that song probably just got my thing copyrighted. That was a commercial. I might just keep that hand. Sometimes it's almost like, that's the other thing about this technique, is sometimes you want to just like not draw it over again, you know, because you're like, oh, that one kind of looks right, but it's like, so sometimes a bit of a kind of like, you know, like in a video game where you have to grind for an item. Sometimes that's what it feels like. I might just keep that. I know I'm really bad at the hands. I'm not the greatest at the hands. I think a lot of people have struggled with the hands. I basically just do masses of shape and I'm gonna kind of just try and make it look like something. Okay, let's go. And now we're gonna try and maybe go with the book now. So we know she's gonna be holding it like right there. So push that one out like that. Let's push this one out. And kind of like that. And actually, I think I got that wrong. Darn. Huh. No. We got it. Okay. Let's draw some armor and stuff. Okay, so just playing an RPG game. One, two is at the end of the peck. We're going into different, this is like goth music. Man, there's a lot of commercials on these ones. I need to just put it on a long playlist because I'm going to have to keep clicking these off. How should we do this? Okay, I'm getting a little confused here. Let me think about this. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah. Okay, so if we go. Okay, so see how we have this. So these are still useful right here. This is actually probably this is very, very useful still. The proportion grid. Now it's kind of weird. I know this is actually a very strange landmark, but there is a strange landmark with the peck on both males and females. Is that just the muscle underneath the peck muscle is actually at like 2 heads. Well, I have no idea why it's like that, but it's something that is actually there. Let's actually go with this one. So 1, 2. I'm just gonna roughly put it in. And we're gonna think about. I'm wondering how I'm gonna do the chest piece on this one. We might do like little shoulder pads. Little simple looking shoulder pads. Let's experiment right here. On the deltoid right here. Thinking about, let's see here. How should we do this? I don't know. We're just doodling now at this point. Let me see how I put some different music. I need to like find like a playlist. Because there's a lot of commercials when I put the... For some reason when I put the goth music on, there's a lot of commercials. I have to keep clicking on them. Playlist. Oh, let's go into this one. This this still copyright free? Holy moly, this is still copyright free. You guys won't believe it. This is still copyright free. Where should we go with this? I also think this wouldn't work over there either. I have to make them a little bit smaller. I guess maybe working out. I don't know. Trying to think about how to do it. Check it out. Like, how hard is that to do? That's one thing I could, if I could ask the Lord, I'd be like, Lord, do you really want me putting crosses? Is this how you want me to bear the cross, God, right now? Because honestly, it's not really that hard. That's actually how I used to do it too. In the very, very beginning, before I was even a gnarly believer, right? I wasn't even a believer, and my friend would be like, dude, could you put a cross on the hilt? Can you put a little cross on the hilt of the sword? I'm like, all right. And that's basically exactly what I would do right there. Not knowing that later on, the implications of just even that little cross would have a much deeper significance upon a lot of things. Okay, so see, so one reason I actually like putting the leaf pack is, see how we did the pelvis right here? It's very easy to take the pelvis and just put a little leaf pack. So that's what we're gonna do. How to draw a leaf pack is we just kind of, see how it's like sitting right there? We just kind of make it a little bit like, or actually we need to clean this up a little bit. I actually forgot. And I'm getting a little confused. Now, let me erase some of this stuff from here. Oh, and see, actually, yeah, okay. Some of this stuff's actually getting very, very wild. And sorry about this music. If I should put on something a little bit more chill. It's like straight up just drum and bass music right now. I do like drum and bass, don't get me wrong. I do like it. What about this music? By the way, this guy, I used to watch this edit so much. I used to want to ride like this guy before I tore my ACL. Alright, let's go in with this Bible. Let's see if we could put a cross on here. That's kind of what I was worried about. No, that's not gonna work right there. We're gonna at least put a little cross in there, right? But it's also kind of like in a weird perspective, so it's gonna look strange. Even add a little cross. There's like a lot of crosses already in this. Man, I'm kind of zoomed out. I forgot. There is a lot of crosses so far, even in this drawing. Look, she has a cross. I mean, I guess you can't really see it, but those are supposed to be. Oh, sorry, this is like moving. My bad. She's got cross earrings. She's got. This is supposed to be a cross. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the hilt. 8. On the sword, on the shield. We already got 8 crosses up in here. Okay, let's see. What am I doing here? It reminds me of those little activity books where it's like, how many? Oh yeah, you know, I actually used to do that with some of the drawings. When I would post them, I'd be like, how many crosses can you find? I need to make these one a little bit more prominent, huh? Okay, let's clean some of this stuff up. So now I actually kind of have been getting a little confused now, because now I'm like, I have like, and that's actually one of the kind of confusing things about using this technique, where we're kind of pushing and pulling, you know, putting this pencil in, erasing it, putting back this pencil. So sometimes it's almost like you kind of have to keep track of like the layers that you're using in your head. I guess not in your head, but like just kind of, you know, the layers that we're using. So let's clean some of the stuff up in here. Let's actually just go in with some of the green pencil and just kind of like experiment now. We know we're going to do a little leaf pack, so. A leaf pack. Now tabard. I know I do the tabard, it's just easy. I guess we will commit to this. Pretty sure this chick's a believer too. This chick's wearing a cross. That's actually why I saved it on this playlist. Wheelies. See, it's always just strange, even seeing somebody with a cross. I feel like I'm like, what in the world? What in the chabanga? What in the little ground squirrel? What in the little ground squirrel? We could even have a bracelet right here and put another cross up in there. See, I feel like that's the crazy thing about the cross, right? It's like it's so easy just to put in something, right? Just it's so easy, yet it's so controversial, right? Right? Because that's the crazy thing. Because then I've heard some believers say, you know, how crazy would it be if we just asked every single company, can you guys put one little cross somewhere? Every movie, every video game, can you guys at least bear even the littlest cross somewhere that we can find? Like thinking that the Lord had to straight up, he died on the cross. Can we even put a little cross in anything? It's like, man. I don't know, if I could talk to the Lord, I would want to talk to him about that. Okay, what are we doing here? I'm confused. This is actually very confusing right here. I'm gonna have to read. I've been kind of like trying not to hit, like, go in that little sector because I'm like, I don't want to touch it, but I can't do it. I think we're gonna put like, it's just so complex right there. I kind of want to put like maybe a bracelet. Let's put a bracelet. Just because you can't really see the cross too well, we can do this. Put another cross. Just add a cross there. This is why people said I could never work in a public school, man. It's like, they'd be like, why are you can't be putting crosses on everything. Like, this is just absurd. I just go, well, it's so easy. You just put out it's just two little lines. Alright, right here. Let's go into this. Little stem. Little leaf. Leaf pack, leaf pack, leaf pack. That's kind of how I just draw the leaves. I mean, I guess it's kind of like the easy way. You just kind of do the line, just kind of follow through on both sides. That's a pretty big leaf pack there. You could probably fit some. Almost seems like you could fit the Bible in there. That's another thing I kind of like thinking about, like the leaf pack. It's like adding, like, what could you put in there? It almost seems like if you folded this Bible up, it could almost like fit right in there. I guess that'd be a pretty snug fit, because it'd be like that. I actually think it would maybe fit in there. But like thinking about stuff like that is kind of cool. It's kind of like fun. Okay, what else are we doing? Now I'm going to be honest, I haven't really studied too much on how breastplates work in terms of like the armor, right? Music's epic though. some reason this video is like, these videos are weird. They're like, it's like not cropping right. Watch it like that then. Or what are we doing here? Let's work on the belt. We can put some more cross on the belt too. The rope belt. You're gonna be wearing a chainmail. Oh, I was gonna put some armor right there, but it's kind of like really busy right there. I like went with the music. It's like playing an RPG game, everybody. This is BMX Bible Adventures, where hopefully we can make disciples of all nations. I know I probably seem like a crazy person, but it does kind of make it a little bit fun, right? This is like the RPG game. Just like, what character do you want to play and how to make a disciple? I have no, I guess I do kind of know, but a little bit. A disciple class. Gonna be like blocking arrows or something. But see, now it's like once we got like the hard parts, well, I guess I didn't really go into that one too much, but see how we got kind of like the hard. And so the other thing is like these little, I know I say it a lot many times, but these little like indications of the armor, you can kind of take little elements, like see how this one has a little cross on it. Well, when we add in maybe a little bit of this armor right here, we can add in a little bit of that too in other areas. It's actually going with that halo. I think that halo actually got wrong. Halo. Darn, I think I did. I'm actually working on the sword. Now I am thinking about the sword, but also see this little indent right here. I'm gonna make the sword just a little bit skinnier. There's these little things, it's almost like a little story in the character. Or something like that, or it just seems like I'm crazy, but... Let's clean it up. Ooh, this video is cool. This writer has a really cool style. Let's watch this right now. Actually, I need to make this video bigger. I can't. Well, I guess I can. Oh, you know what? I haven't had the text on. That's what I forgot. This guy has a really cool style. This guy right here. Look at him. He does that trick I'm kind of doing, but he does it like way crazier. I mean, he's doing way more tricks into it, but that's a boomerang, flail boomerang into an outside pedal squeaker. Man, that trick right there is crazy. He does a boomerang to outside pedal squeaker. This one right here. Boom. Man, that looks crazy. Into like he just like holds it a little bit. Flat can't, flat can't, flat can't. That area looks really flat. Wow, that was insane. It's crazy because people do that nowadays. This video is pretty old too. But that right there, I'm pretty sure people do that trick right there. Like pros. Man, dude, that's crazy. He like did a Superman. Dude, what in the world? That looks so crazy. He's like just floating on the air, dude. That looks crazy. What in the world? I want to learn that. Dude just straight up just looks like he's floating on the air right there. Where's my hand thing? Did I lose that thing? Where is it? Oh no, where'd it go? I know, he's like hanging off, but he was like on his seat. It was like a steamroller Superman, it looked like. Bro, what happened to my hand thing I was using? I lost it. My hand holder thing. Where did that thing go? It has to be somewhere around here. I lost it. It's weird. I have no idea where it went. Where did it go? I guess I'm trying to use a piece of paper, I guess, but I don't know. We'll just use a normal piece of paper. I always lose that sticker. So I had that sticker specifically for my hand placement thing. Oh well. I don't know where it is. Huh?
You start getting too warm, turn that one on. I'm going to turn the big one off.
I'm also trying this Let's do this. pretty a long time ago. I guess not done, but I feel like I should have been faster. I also don't know if this song is on copyright anymore. Okay, we're slowly making progress. You can see if the song is copyright. Well, the song is not on copyright. Okay, let's just keep working on this thing. Let's put a little cross up in here too. Little cross. Put some chainmail. When in doubt, you just chainmail it out. I feel like that is a very good way to just kind of if you don't want to draw things, you just do these little chainmail things and you just go, oh, it's just chainmail. Man, this character looks pretty gnarly though, I'll say. I think I'm gonna redo that little part. I kind of messed that up. I wanted to make it look like ethereal, but it's not really looking ethereal. It's kind of just looking janky. How do we make it look ethereal? Looks a little bit better. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. We don't know what we're doing. Let's see if this song's on copyright free. It's crazy. You've been watching the stream all day, man, Rena. You do not. Anybody watching this stream, you guys do not need to be watching the stream. I feel like my stream's probably pretty boring. You guys are not incentivized to watch this stream.
It's crazy. I just feel like it's not the most entertaining person. I feel like I'm trying. I mean, you know, I could try, but this, at some point it just I don't even know what I'm talking about. I guess maybe I do know what I'm talking about, but just take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm not sure how we're gonna do this. Maybe she's gonna wear sandals or something. Not sure we're gonna even do that either. Because I know some of the translations it says like boots, some of them say sandals. I guess she's gonna have like shin guards. Like little shin guards like that. Yeah, the song's groovy. And see how this is just like a very simple, just little shape right there? Let's just do like this little element, like this simple just bloop. And we'll just do a simple just bloop. And see this little thickness right here? Let's try and add that in there. Like that. But we might change that. I don't know if we're gonna go with it. I think I should make that one more. What's more? Holy moly! What in the little ground squirrel? What's up, dude? Man. Dude, Twitch is cool. Like, it's cool that like Twitch has like the raid thing, you know? What's up, Brian? I hope you're doing good. Anybody out there, I hope you guys are doing good. I hope you guys are finding the words from the Lord that you guys need to keep you encouraged and to keep you guys motivated. And remember, let us just continue to build one another up and try to keep sowing seeds of faith out there. You know, keep practicing, you know. I feel like there's many different ways to plant seeds of faith, especially where God may have you. So there's always ways to experiment, I think, right? I don't know what you guys think about that, but right now we're just drawing this character up in here. And how are you guys doing? I'm doing all right. It's been a long stream, so I'm trying to draw this armor of God winged thing out. How was your stream? Wow, a 12-hour stream, bro. That's gnarly. I've never done a 12-hour. Actually, maybe I have a long time ago when I used to play WoW. Serving for him. You have a good one, man. Yeah, you guys are not incentivized to even watch the stream. I feel like my stream's pretty boring. Because, like, it's just kind of like watching, like, paint dry, you know? I wish I could draw this, like, really, really fast, like, you know, but there's a lot of, like, thinking and redrawing things and stuff like that. Thanks. Yeah, it's fun. These drawings are fun. Now I am using a somewhat new pencil. This pencil right here, bro, these ones have been, I feel like I've literally been drawing faster with this pencil right here just because it has a spring in here. I used to use, where is it? Do I have one around here? I thought I did. Oh, here it is.
I used to draw with these pencils, right? These ones. The thing is these ones don't have a spring in it. So like if you accidentally like press a little bit too hard, it just snaps the lead. But this one, it was weird because I was like, break resistant, is that just like the lead is break resistant, or is it just like what is break resistant? But it's actually, there's this spring in the pencil, and it has like a shock absorber. Which it's so crazy that somebody actually like took the time to be like, man, these pencils, it was probably some guy that was actually had the same problem. He's like, dude, I'm always breaking this lead. I am literally going to design a pencil that has a little spring in there so you can't break it. What are you guys doing? What games have you guys been playing lately? What verses have you guys been thinking about? Man, I did a Bible study on 1 Colossians 11 today, and it was brutal. Probably one of the longest commentaries I've actually read. It was actually really weird. One of the longest commentaries I found. Was 1 Colossians 11 today. Okay, let's see here. What am I doing here? Drawing this character. That's what. I feel like once it gets later in the stream, I'm just kind of like, I don't even know what I'm even really talking about. I'm just like, I use up most of my, I guess my speechcraft is on the Bible study. Kind of simplifying that boot up in there. She's gonna be wearing chainmail right here. When in doubt, chainmail it out. Which, man, chainmail was really interesting. Have you guys actually seen how they used to make it? They used to literally fashion every single chain, man. It was like a crazy laborious process. I was playing Ghost of Tsushima, built Legos today, and did some crazy IRL challenges as well. That was so fun. 1 Corinthians 13 has been on my mind. Interesting. 1 Corinthians 13, is that the part on love? Let's see how much I've remembered it. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not insistent on its own way. Love is enduring. And I know I just missed like 5 other ones. I've been trying to memorize that part of the chat. I've actually been trying to memorize 1 Corinthians 13. I still have yet to fully memorize it all. I don't even know where my Bible is. I should have my Bible somewhere. I don't even know where it is. Let me just keep going. It sure is. Yeah. Those are some very, very important verses, right? Very, very important verses. Because also it makes me think about these verses right here. Let me put it in the chat. John 13:35. John 13:35. By this shall all men know that ye are my disciples, if ye have love one to another. And it's crazy. I actually did we looked up some commentaries on John 13:35. And it's weird because a lot of translations, it says all men or all people. Like everybody, even unbelievers should know that we are Christ's disciples by our love for one another, and even love, it's crazy. I'm like, holy chabunga, everybody. Okay, we're gonna draw this bike up in here now. So if you guys want to know how I draw bikes, this is basically how I draw bikes. I don't know if you guys can see this guy right here. Now what I do is I roughly gauge, because this is, I'm going to try and draw a BMX bike. How I've kind of figured out how to draw a BMX bike compared to the figure is I'll take this this shin bone measurement right here from like the heel to the end of the kneecap, and you can kind of see right there actually, you know, you can see if you can only estimate if that's a 20-inch wheel, then you can kind of like see. It's a quick gauge on how to draw a bike. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna place this somewhat in a subtle perspective, kind of like how this chick's actually in a perspective, not like this, but she's actually more like kind of like that actually. Let's try and do that as well with the bike. So we're gonna just roughly just say we're gonna the bike's gonna be right there. We're gonna roughly kind of gauge that right there and just put a circle up in there, which we kind of already did put a circle right up in there. And then how I've kind of figured out the bike proportions, because there is a weird proportion with BMX bikes, even though there is a lot of variations to it. The variations are very, very subtle. It's like 1 inch, couple inches and stuff like that. But how I've kind of basically nailed it down into is we go 1, 2, like this, 2, and then it's almost 3. It's like you'd think it'd be almost 3, but it's actually a little less than 3. So instead of full 3, it's like a little less than 3. Like right there. Something like that. I think I might, yeah, we'll have it like that. Let me change the music up in here. I think, is this copyright free? I've been always having to find like copyright free music, so. What kind of music do you guys listen to? I listen to a vibe. I'm going to be honest. What's actually weird is I listen to more copyright free music now than I actually do copyrighted music. Which there is a way. Have you guys looked up how like, you know, like those big streamers, how they're listening to copyrighted music? I guess there's this way that they have this thing on OBS where you can listen to copyrighted music, but then there's this filter where then when your stream gets saved VOD, the copyrighted music doesn't get picked up. But it's like they already silenced it out or something like that. It's weird. I don't know how really they do it. Huh. Man, there's a lot of weird songs in this playlist that I have. We're going to Elder Scrolls. Hello, Audra Sevenria. Hello there. Welcome there, travelers. What are you doing? I actually feel like maybe I should make this bike a little bit smaller. But no, we're gonna go with it. Okay, so what we're doing now is we're gonna make this like a rectangle, like this. We're gonna split this little circle like that, like a rectangle. Let's split this rectangle in half, like this, and then we're gonna figure out that that's roughly in the middle, so that's kind of where the hub is. And then where I like to start drawing the bikes, I actually like starting with the fork. And by the way, I'm not a mechanical engineer. By the way, I don't know, Brian, have you ever thought about getting into like mechanical engineering? I mean not mechanical engineering, like mechanical drawing design stuff. Dude, that stuff is gnarly, bro. That's a whole nother level of perspective learning. There's like, before CAD was even developed, people literally drew entire engineering plans, schematics for how to build engines, every single part on a car, every single part on a plane. It is crazy, right? You have to know your perspective like really, really dialed. There's all sorts of weird calculations they can do. And also, I am going to make this a little bit more of a flatland bike because unfortunately, from what I was told, the reason why, from what I was told, I don't know if they're completely correct, but from what I was told by some flatlanders, is the reason why flatland BMX was not in the Olympics, which it was super, super close to being in the Olympics, like really, really close to being in the Olympics, is that there wasn't enough female competitors. So what we're going to do is we're going to draw this as a flatland bike to hopefully somehow promote flatland or something like that. It's kind of fun. It's honestly fun drawing flatland bikes. I find it fun. we're just gonna rough it in here. And flatline bikes have weird geometry. We're gonna make some really, I guess I kind of want to do like V bars. Let's see how like this is kind of like a V thing right here. We have like this V shape. Let's kind of like maybe do like some like weird like subtle like V shape like that. Almost kind of like taking this little element. And I actually really like doing this with the design stuff, is taking little elements like this and like seeing if we can almost add it into other areas. Like this part right here. See how this is a little weird shoulder pad? But it's like this very simple shoulder pad. We try to do that with right here. Just like little things like that. It's kind of fun. I think it's fun anyway. And this music kind of boring. Let me change it. Let me change this music. I've listened to this too much. This is Oblivion music. What should we listen to? Let's listen to... Let's listen to this. OST. And if you guys are also wondering, music from video games, a lot of it is copyright free. Or it's like, I guess, allowed or something like that. That's what I listen to a lot. Alright, let's go. Let's do this. Okay, what are we doing? So we figured out that this is where the wrist, that wheel is in there. We're not going to be able to see the seat tube. The seat tube actually would be maybe like right there. I'm just going to have some weird bendy tubes up in here. Like really, really bendy tubes actually. Hey Jamie, I hope the rest of your stream goes well, brother. May God continue to bless you in your stream. God bless you. For sure, man. Have a good one, brother. And I hope, and by the way, anybody out there else watching, I hope you guys get interested in streaming. I think it's actually, so what I've been told from other big streamers is if you guys have any sort of inclination at all to make a YouTube channel, to make YouTube videos, to make even anything like that, streaming is way easier compared to editing YouTube videos. Because if you guys start even trying to edit YouTube videos, you're going to start finding, whoa, editing's a lot of work, right? And it's also really, really intimidating, especially with like doing a Bible study or something like that, because, you know, sometimes you have to like re-listen to everything that you're saying over and over and over again, right? And you got to edit, you got to trim this out, you want to trim this out. It's kind of taxing actually on the mind. But from what I was told from some of these big streamers is that like streaming, though it is scary because you can make mistakes on the fly and people can see your mistakes, the thing about streaming is that it's also liberating. It's liberating because you can't edit things out, right? And so if you guys are interested, maybe doing a Bible study or something like that, I feel like streaming at first is like way easier to get into than, and less scary actually to get into than other ways. There we go. And this chick is gonna have brakes, by the way. I think I messed that perspective right there. But bikes are really fun to draw. It's kind of funny because I used to actually just draw these characters, right? Just like that. It's crazy actually how this all started. I actually used to not even give God glory. I'm going to flat on. I mean, you could go to my art Instagram. There's so many drawings. I did not try and give God glory whatsoever. I would just draw the character. I'd just draw some cool looking character, and then it started getting into like, oh, well, I could put a little cross in here. And then it got to the point where I got so burnt out of drawing characters. And then what kind of got me back into drawing was actually, I was like, you know what? I like to ride bikes so much. Let's start drawing the characters and then putting a bike in there. And that really kind of sparked my interest again, because I was like, huh, it's really like, it's kind of fun. So if you guys, by the way, I know I say this a lot too, but the materials that we're using, this is just computer paper. Why I started using computer paper is there was this animator, his name's LaShawn Thomas. He animated the Boondocks and stuff like that, which I think most of you guys have probably seen on Cartoon Network when it was, And the thing is that he would just use, I was like, what in the world? That guy just uses computer paper, because he says it's just cheap. You can just, and if you're just drawing so much, you just want to have a mass amount. Now this is something that's kind of where we started using a Crayola colored pencil, because it's hard to erase and you can kind of work in layers. And then this is just a 0.5 pencil. So now we are going to go in with, this is like, I like to say that this is a commitment pencil. And once we commit it, then we erase this one again, and then we do a cleanup layer. So let's go in with this one. I hope you guys doing good out there. Whether we eat or drink, let us do it for the glory of the Lord, right? Though I'm going to be honest, sometimes I don't know if I'm doing that correctly. So I apologize right out the bat if I am offending anybody. Because unfortunately, I actually have offended a lot of people with how I draw things. Especially putting Bible verses on stuff. And now I kind of know a little bit of the levels of offense. Certain things I know trigger certain believers and stuff like that. And so, and basically the violent stuff for sure. But I think this is kind of like, that's actually been a very big challenge, is how do we draw like an armor of God, kind of like knight, paladin-esque, but also try to, illustrate it in such a way where we can maybe be promoting peace or, loving others and stuff like that. Okay, let's draw the stem. The stem's actually not, it's probably 40 millimeter stem right there. And it's kind of funny, I actually really like drawing the bikes because it kind of feels like you get to make your own geometry, if you see some of these pro riders up in here, they get to make their own parts and stuff like that, right? They tell like the company like, oh, well, I want the bars to be at this specific angle, and I want like 75-degree head tube, all sorts of stuff. So how's the stream? The stream is going pretty good. Actually, the bike riding was the past 2 days, the bike riding has been super hard, man. It's actually crazy. It's like the Bible studies was actually somewhat moderate. I would like to say the Bible study was at a level 7 hardness, maybe, yeah, probably like 7 hardness, because it was just so gnarly reading the entire commentary that we did on 1 Colossians 11. Then the bike riding was almost at like this 9 level hardness, because I only landed one thing, or I guess I landed 2 things all day today. The drawing is, I would have to almost say it's on a level of maybe 3 or 4 in terms of hardness level. So it's pretty chill right now. For some reason, the flatland's been really, really hard lately. I'm just lurking and listening, but I want to say hi as well as put Dino in the chat for Dino Chicken Nugs. Awesome. You guys are doing good. By the way, you guys do not need to watch my stream. I feel like I know my stream's probably pretty boring. Because I have heard, I do follow the Twitch Reddit account thing, and a lot of like craft makers, or what do you call them? Arts and crafts, or whatever. There's a big hit on a lot of viewership because it's very slow. right? I wish, you know, it's like very, it's kind of like watching paint dry, honestly, you know, so. It's relaxing. This looks like a GT Performer geometry. It's a great pace for stream for the evening time when people are winding down for bed. Interesting, I never thought about it that way, huh? How are you doing, Diana Chicken Nugs? Man, dude, your name just stands out so gnarly. Like, it's like that's a really cool name, man. Like, that is a very prominent, like, name. You get to see that a mile away. I wish there wasn't the case. There's so much beauty. Yeah, that's the thing. I think it's just more of the younger generation, right? Or maybe the generation where, you know, like the TikTok, Instagram is just like, you know, just like, because those videos are crafted in such a way that it keeps your attention, right? But then if you think that you're doing that over and over and over and over again all the time, your attention span's probably getting a hit, you know? It's like, even my attention span, I feel like, is just more like that now too, unfortunately, just because of how our society is. It's very interesting, right? It's very interesting to think about that kind of stuff. And there has to be, I think I've overheard people saying that there's a whole, like, cycle, you know, like psychologists and therapists and stuff. There's like this whole new emerging, like, psychologist therapist thing, like technological psychologists or something, like how, like, technology is affecting kids and stuff like this, and not even kids, how technology is affecting adults, and how is it affecting relationships, how is it affecting marriages, how is it affecting, you know, all sorts of stuff, even education. Kind of crazy. That bike looks kind of cool. Let's put some brakes on this bike. We've been drawing too many brakeless bikes. I'm gonna be honest, I've always been a brake user, so, and I honestly think brakes are really fun to draw. This is the back brake. This is the front brake. Been good, thanks to God. Lots of work to do. I wish we could just motivate everybody, you know? I wish we could motivate everybody to trust in the Lord. That's the other thing I also want to say. A lot of these techniques and stuff that I'm using, even the bike riding and stuff, even the Bible study that I'm doing, a lot of these things I've been inspired by other believers. It wasn't just like I just started like doing these things, right? I've learned a lot of these techniques, even with this drawing, just the art style that I'm into and stuff like this, a lot from many other believers. So it's been a gradual process of being inspired, looking into what other believers are doing. And I think that's something to keep an eye out for, no matter what you guys are into, right? Depending on what you're studying or what you find fascinating, find the believers in the midst of that and see what they're doing, right? Because sometimes I think like God potentially might have people in certain areas for certain reasons. I might be wrong on that, but when I think about the body of Christ, I think about that. So this is our cleanup layer. See how we kind of just like redrew it? So we're actually going to redo another layer on top of this to clean everything up. I'm actually going to go into BMX Streets right now. I want to see if anybody's even in BMX Streets right now. Like, darn, nobody's even in there. Oh well, we'll just keep it right here. There was this game that came out called BMX Streets, and nobody, I guess people still play it, but not many people play it. I was going to go on that stream just because we're drawing a BMX bike, but... Okay, so now I've drawn this bike. I don't know if should I zoom it in more? By the way, I apologize if it's kind of mundane watching this. I feel like it's probably boring, but... Okay, let's draw this. So I like to start with the stem right here. And for some reason I like to start with this bar too right here. Draw this lever. Oh, wait, let's see here. Oh, an auto mod. Oh, that's weird. Somebody said cheap viewers. What's really cool about streaming that I've been digging is I've been meeting more and more people saying, you know, they have trouble fellowshipping or they feel awkward fellowshipping because maybe, you know, the people they're fellowshipping with is like way older than them. And I think that's a really cool thing about Twitch at the moment is that like we're able to fellowship on the fly, you know, while just doing stuff that we're into, you know. It's actually pretty interesting. And you get to see many parts of the body of Christ, I feel like. Because we're all into different things, right? We all have different life experiences. By the way, this guy right here, his name's Joel Schallhorn. This guy's a really gnarly writer, very underrated writer. He does really, really hard maneuvers. And he's also like a stunt performer. It's kind of crazy. Like that's literally like his job. He works at this place like called Waterworld or something. No, or not Water. I think it's Waterworld, something like that. But let me push this back a little bit on this side right there. Okay, let's go. So now we do the brake cable. So the brake cable is gonna go down. There's a little I forgot what this thing's called, but it's a little like tube thing, and then it goes out into two other cables like that. And then there's a little we're gonna draw a gyro system. I don't know if it's gyro or gyro. I think it's gyro. The gyro system's gonna be right here. It's like this little thing right there. These cables go down and connect right there. And then there's another one where the cables come down and they connect right there. Just fun to draw. Very fun to draw. And then this is the front cable. The front cable goes right into the fork down tube right there. Now another element I've been liking to do is see how we kind of, or I guess you can't really see it right now. Let me zoom it out. We actually made this little element right here. You know, there's like the little grip on the sword. And kind of like taking like little elements of that. And we can like kind of see how like the sword's kind of like this, like kind of almost like this like, it's not a diagonal, it's almost kind of like this kind of like the swirl looking thing. That's kind of something I've been trying to like, just these little elements, right? Shout out to this guy too right here, Trevor Meyer. This guy's actually a really gnarly believer, and this guy's won like X Games like 4 times back in the 90s. Okay, kids, keep drawing. Let's keep going, everybody. I like to draw these drawings in one sitting because otherwise I just, for some reason, I just don't. If I don't finish it in one sitting, I have trouble finishing things. I don't know why. It's just like that now. I start procrastinating for some reason. Okay, let's draw his fork. Put a little cross in here. Same here. If I procrastinate, whatever it is, usually, I know that's the thing. It's kind of weird because I do these drawings a lot, but I'm actually a pretty big procrastinator. That's actually why I like using this commitment pencil, because it kind of like almost like gets me to like at least finish something. Because I do procrastinate a lot. I think it's just the anxiety. I guess it's not anxiety. It's just like, you know, sometimes it's like, there's just something about it. Thank you very much, and amen. Amen. You know, one thing I've been kind of getting into, or I guess not kinda, I've been really intrigued on lately is Roman history. I don't know if you guys follow this guy. His name's Told in Stone on YouTube. He has an amazing catalog and just a crazy history, because I think he's like a research historian in Rome or something like that, and it's just really cool because he has so much interesting lore about Roman history, architecture, all sorts of stuff. Yeah, you should look him up. Told in Stone. He also has just like a soothing voice that's just kind of like a quirky humor about him. I also do like to watch like the gnarly documentaries, you know, like the History Channel Roman documentaries and stuff like that. But those can get kind of like more like movie-ish, you know, because they're like, we gotta make it interactive or entertaining. Are you not entertained? Where Told in Stone is not really like that. He's more like just information. What's also crazy about Told in Stone is that he also does like a faceless channel, so a lot of his stuff is faceless, and from what I was told, it's kind of hard on YouTube to, I guess not hard, it's a little bit more rare to see that. This is how we draw a BMX bike, everybody. Now let's zoom it out. That was fun. This character. I'm almost done with this character. You guys want some close-ups? Here's some close-ups. We got a lot of crosses up in here. Let's count all the crosses. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. That's supposed to be cross 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We got 11 crosses up in here. Metatron on YouTube. I have not heard of that person before. Let me change the music now. Let's go into this song, these musics. Wow, there's 12 people in here. That's crazy. I feel like you guys would be sleeping after this, huh? Okay, let's work on this hand. Let me zoom this in one more notch. There we go. I'm gonna work on the wings. Also, what's the record for amount of crosses? Man, I don't know actually. That's actually a very interesting one to think about. I do know there was this one painter, I forgot his name. He was from like Poland or something like that. And he would do these crazy paintings, and he would just put detail after detail. I'm pretty sure I saw one where he just has a mountain of crosses. Just imagine a mountain just of crosses, right? And then there's just like one giant cross on top. I'm winding down for bed, but I have been good. We finished our church softball season this weekend and had a lot of fun. Oh, that's awesome to hear. By the way, if any of you guys want me to follow you, just let me know in the chat and I will give you guys a follow. I'm always, I don't, if I have some time and I catch you guys streaming or something, I'll try and catch up with you guys. Okay, let's go into, we're going to use our commitment pencil. Kind of just go in, I should have. Well, let's clean it up with this one. Oh, and one of my illustrations, I'm actually not sure. I guess I'm going to be honest, many times I don't really count them. Oh, that hands, I gotta redo it. Hands are hard. I'm not good at hands, everybody. That's why this hand looks, I just draw like little masses of shapes, and hopefully it kind of looks something like a hand. Okay, come on, let's see this. Little pinky, little palm. There we go. That look like a hand? Kind of looks like a hand. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I'm really bad at drawing hands. It's just some people are really, really good at them. I mean, when you look at some of these animators, they're like, they know exactly every single muscle of the hand, how it works, how it operates, all that stuff. I'm not like that. I kind of just think about them as little, just this shape right here, and then just thinking about just little masses of shapes. I have heard something about a lot of the old marble sculptors. If you see a lot of the old marble sculptors, you'll see these two fingers right here connected, right? And there's like almost like this thing, you'll see a lot of them getting connected right here. And the thing is with the marble is they did that for a reason, because there's more, there's more surface area, because a finger like that, especially if you're hammering and chiseling like this, you just chisel, you just break a finger, right? So what they would do a lot of times is they would like kind of connect a lot of fingers like that. So let's keep going. Draw these wings.
guys know what soundtrack this is? Who knows what the soundtrack this is? Playing an RPG game. So this is the other cool thing about Flatland, is that you can learn it in very little areas. Look at these guys. Hello, brother in Christ Jesus. How are you? Doing pretty good, Fufu. How are you, man? I hope you're doing all right, man. You getting the encouragement you need? Remember, one thing that I do, everybody, is whatever emotion that sometimes we get depressed, sometimes we get, even if we're believers, sometimes we do get depressed, we do get an anxiety, we do go through envy and jealousy, we do go through, worry or anger and frustration. What I like to do is I'll go on YouTube and whatever I'm going through, right, just look up sermons, and sometimes you just gotta listen to like 20 of them, man. I have to do that sometimes. So if you guys are out there and you guys are, maybe going through something, do that. And the cool thing this is the other cool thing about God's Word, is that you can multitask. You can do the dishes, listen to God's Word in the background, have it in, Okay, let's do the shield now. Let's clean this up. There's a little bit of construction line still in here. Man, this drawing took a while. Let's see here. Not too bad. Trying my best to find a way how to explain to someone it is wrong to follow what the world does so that you may preach the gospel, an example. Huh. Well, I guess I'm going to be honest. There's a lot of, there is a lot of differences, it does seem like, between denominations and what people would consider worldly, right? Take, for example, the Amish, right? The Amish and the Mennonites, right? It's interesting because you know what they think is worldly? They think actually living in modern society, in society is actually being worldly, right? Now the thing is, then we go on to another, maybe some different aspects of some denominations. They think, they think of just worldly as just maybe just sexual immorality or, things of that, Example, you play Dark Souls to preach or GTA 5. I mean, I get, I guess it depends, because I also think we also have to remember that, maybe God has people in dark areas, right? And sometimes also I'd also even like to consider, Paul, how Paul used to actually persecute Christians, and Paul used to be totally against the faith, right? And even if we always have to have the grace, and also to remember, if God could use someone like Paul that was once like that, we never know how God might be using somebody, right? So, Jake Benner, you say, I love these verses. Therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, and teach them to obey everything I've commanded you, and surely I am with you always to the very end of the age. Matthew 28:19-20. So listening, others, swearing is okay then? I think it might depend. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Sometimes it depends on maybe who you're around. Me personally, I feel like actual curse words are not truly curses themselves. I don't curse though. I'm just saying. There are believers that are still maybe growing and they still curse and stuff like that, right? And maybe some of them aren't even aware, right?
The reason why I don't curse is I actually had to work. I used to work at Woodward. I used to work at Woodward West, which a lot of believers are there actually, strangely enough. And the thing is that at Woodward, we had to use our wood words, otherwise we would get fired because we weren't supposed to cuss and stuff in front of kids and stuff like that. So that is actually why I don't cuss, just because I had to work there for like 7 months. It was crazy because I went in there like cursing like a sailor, and then after 7 months of being around other people that can't curse either, it really does change your vocabulary. But the thing is imagine if you were like a little kid, right, and you just always cursed everywhere you went, right? It'd be pretty hard to change that. Okay, let's see here. Jesus, when he knows our hurts, he left them. We are in the world, but not of it. There's a difference between tolerating, swearing, and engaging with it. Some people are really resistant. Some people need to avoid it. I guess the other thing I did hear recently a believer say something about personal conviction. Maybe sometimes the Holy Spirit might convict something on your heart that maybe it might be a little bit different. Now, I know that might sound controversial, but we also have to remember we all go through different life experiences. We all are going through different, seasons and stuff like that. But I don't know. I'm not a pastor. I'm not like a crazy theologian guy. I'm just trying to meditate on the Word of God. I don't know, right? I'm still learning. There's so much stuff I need to learn as well, everybody. So, but I'm going to be honest, like I've met many believers that are in so many different aspects, right? I feel like I messed that up, huh? Oh, just do it like that. And I do apologize if I am offending anybody. It's not my intention, all right? I'm sorry if I am. Many times I'm not even aware that I offend people, so if I am, I feel like you guys should let me know, or if there's something I should work on. Because we also have to remember a lot of times people don't know that we are offensive, right? So that's the other thing. Just want to lay it out there. I'm sorry if I offend anybody, right? Hopefully we would just build one another up in some way, right? John 17:14-16, I have given them your word, and the world has hated them, for they are not of the world any more than I am of the world. My prayer is not that you take them out of the world, but that you protect them from the evil one. They are not of the world, even as I am not of it. Interesting. What do you guys think about the whole Amish Mennonite thing, right? Now, here's the thing, right? I feel like, do you guys follow Titus Morris? Now, it's kind of funny because I actually do have a friend, and he was kind of the one that, showed me who Titus Morris was on YouTube. Because there's this video, I guess I could show you the video right now. He's kind of a controversial person. I mean, I guess I don't see him as controversial, but, some people have said some of his teachings are wildly controversial and stuff like that. But this guy right here, Titus Morris, Peter Santinelli. You guys should watch this. It's actually very interesting. Which one is it? I think it's this one right here. This is the video my friend showed me, and look at it has a lot of views. Dude, it has 14 million views, bro. It came out a year ago. You guys, I'm surprised you guys haven't heard about this guy. This guy actually does have a YouTube channel now. This guy right here, this is Titus. But this guy knows a lot of the scriptures, and what's also interesting, he knows how to sing the scriptures. It's interesting because he can read the Bible. And I guess there's this way you can read the Bible where you can read it verse by verse, but also you sing it in a song. And I'm like, wow, I've never seen anybody do that. But the other thing I just want to say, kind of the controversial thing, because this guy does say some things that I don't agree with. It's not like I agree with everything this guy says, because he has said things about, worldliness, and you got to kind of go away from society, and you got to live out on the land. And the thing is that we are called to make disciples of all nations. And if I feel like that's kind of the thing about the Amish and the Mennonites, is sometimes they're so far removed from normal society that how can you make disciples of all nations if you're not even a part of those, you don't even want to be a part of those societies, right? A wise man listens to another wise man, such as they fall, they ignore correction. Isn't that like a proverb or something? Singing scripture is such a great memorization tool. Yeah, isn't that, that is an interesting one, but yeah, it might be interesting for you guys to look at. Look at that, Titus Morris, Peter Santinello. A very interesting character, I will say. He's a very interesting character, Titus. Character, it was pretty fun to do though. We are gonna put some like some darts in here, so let's see. How should we put some of these darts in here? Darts of the enemy. The flaming darts of the wicked. Which I have heard some pastors say that it's interesting. It is actually very interesting that darts are mentioned as one of the weapons that the devil uses, right? And the thing about dart, because I know some translations actually use arrows, right? Arrows, but many of the translations they actually use the word darts. And it is interesting to think about darts, right? Because if we think about armor, and we think about sometimes there's cracks in the armor, right? Weak points in the armor, and what can get through those weak points? Sometimes darts, because they're really little, right? That picture is a great reminder of the armor. Yeah, I do that. I do it a lot, actually. The armor of God, kind of like paladins and stuff like that. Let's see, how should I do it? I think we're going to do one more right up in here. Okay, let's go into it now. I put in little notches and stuff in the drawings too. Shield of faith. Okay, let's put this cross in here. Yeah, there's still so much to learn in the scriptures. Every day, man. Every day I do. Even if I do I'm gonna be honest. Even if I do a Bible study on a verse that I've done 20 times, I feel like there's just always something I didn't remember, or some new combo in the scriptures. Let's see, 2 Timothy 2:19, nevertheless the foundation of God standeth sure, having the seal, the Lord knoweth them that are his, and let every one that nameth the name of Christ depart from iniquity. Okay, we're almost done, everybody. I think we're going to put the verse right here because I don't really have much room. I was going to maybe put the verse right here, but I think we're going to have to put it right here. I was going to put a little bit of some little animals and stuff. Maybe we might. We actually might. Can I still do that? Yeah, we're gonna put the verse right here, I think. We are God's workmanship, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in us in advance for us to do so. Yeah, those ones are actually interesting. The verses prior are used a lot, right? They're used quite a bit. Okay, so we're going to put, I think we're going to put the Isaiah 40:31 verse. I like those verses. Isaiah 40:31. These ones are used by a lot of believers. I feel like most of you guys know these verses, right? I'm going to write these ones in here. Just because of the wings, you know, like a lot, I'm going to be honest, I have gotten a lot of people, is that an angel or something like that? I'd like to not think of it. I think it's just like the armor of God with like Isaiah 40:31 wings, right? These verses right here. But they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. And one we're going to put in there. But also it's like Isaiah 40:31, but also like Isaiah 40:31, but also the armor of God. Which maybe I might have to just write that, because I would like to write all of those verses right now, but I only have this little bit of room right now. So I'm wondering, should I just write, we could do the in and out thing. Do you guys like in and out? Who likes in and out here? I think that's the cool thing about in and out, is they put like the verses, but they kind of like, you know how like in and out just puts the verses of like, just, which I might do, because then I could just do Ephesians 6, the armor of God verse, and then also just Isaiah 40:31, and then just have those two right there. Maybe I could just put like a couple verses instead of writing the entire verse out. It's kind of got messed up right there. And we need to put some more music on. What happened to the music? That soundtrack, we listened to the entire thing.
Want a snack that tastes good and you feel good about? Quaker, the right thing to do.
What about... In and Out. It's like you haven't heard about it? It's like the Burt hamburger place, but they put like Bible verses on stuff. It's actually really crazy. I actually have some of the stuff still. Yeah, I think we are going to just put, instead of writing the entire verse, I think we're going to do the in and out method. I actually don't really do the in and out method. I guess I could show you the in and out method. The in and out method's like this, and how they share verses. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's actually very, very interesting. I wasn't aware that they did that for a while because they hide them. It's really, really little. You guys could look it up too. It's very, very interesting. I like when companies do that, honestly. I really, really like it when companies do it. I'll put a multitude up in here, though. Yeah, look it up. It's actually really cool. Very, very cool. So we're going to do Isaiah 40:31. And I'm going to see if I could... Can I zoom it in? And for some reason, I always have to write at an angle. It's a little hard to get it in here in the frame. We're doing it. Okay, so Isaiah 40:31. Isaiah 40:31. And then we have Ephesians 6. Ephesians 6. Let's look at the ES. I don't know where my Bible is. I guess my Bible's outside. Should be in the garage. I think it's in the garage. Ephesians 6. Ephesians 6. Oh, 10 through 17. Yeah, Ephesians 6, 10 through 17. Ephesians 6, 10 through 17. That's praying at all times in the Spirit with all prayer and supplication to the end. Keep alert with all perseverance, making supplication for all saints. That is very important. We might as well just do 10 through 20, huh? Let's do 10 through 20. Get all of it in there, huh? Now it is actually it's actually much faster to do it this way. For the longest time, I've literally been writing the entire verses. But now it's kind of cool because we can put a variety of verses in here. Thinking about, I think also like whether we eat or drink, whether we eat or drink, let us do it all for the glory of God. That's 1 Corinthians 10:31. Corinthians 10:31. I think there's also one about a green leaf. Green leaf Bible verse. I think that would be a good one, huh? I could show you guys. I actually have a little bit of things from In and Out. That one's actually an interesting. Whoever trusts in his riches will fall, but the righteous will flourish like a green leaf. I'm going to be honest, that's actually kind of why I started putting this little green, or a little inspiration to why I started drawing the little leaf. So I'll do Proverbs 11:28. More. I wish I could go to one. Yeah, that's the other thing is once we know more about the scriptures too, it's very easy to add in verses. It's not like I went in here like thinking, oh, I'm going to do this and this. How you can do it is like you can draw a character and you can put a shield right here, put some little darts. You can put even a little cross or something like that, and then it does kind of make me think about some of the verses. But when I do these drawings, I kind of just don't really think about that per se. I kind of just go, let's just draw a cool character and then hopefully try to give God glory somehow. Something like that. Let's see here. I was going to add maybe a little... Nah. I like to put little squirrels and little animals and stuff. I feel like this one, maybe we might put maybe like a little rabbit right there or something. It's protecting it or something. You know, we could do that. Maybe a little squirrel. Maybe a little rabbit. Let's see. Maybe it's like she's like protecting it or something. So it'll be like a little monkey right here, or a little squirrel, a little rabbit. You guys can learn. You guys don't even need to be watching the stream, by the way. I feel like I'm just wasting you guys' time. I apologize if I apologize. Wait, rabbits have big ears. What am I? This is like a rabbit squirrel. Holy chabunga. I kind of want to make it a little bit smaller. It's a little big. Let's try it. Let's see here. I guess we'll make it a little bit smaller. This rider right here is really cool. Alex Kennedy. He's really smooth. Okay, let's see. This thing's hard to draw. It's like hard to draw a little monkey right there. Huh. Keep redoing it. Good thing it's not in ink, huh? I'll try all sorts of little designs up in here. Oh, inking's gnarly. Shout out to all you guys that ink. There we go. There's the little monkey we've been trying to find. Look at that little thing. What the? We're committed to it. What the? Alright, let's put our signature in here. Maybe put a fish up there. And push. No, I won't put anything up there. We'll call it a day. Actually, I'm going to do one more as well. Shout out the company, the only company that's really hooked it up, so. It's kind of hilarious that you can do it like this. It's going to be so funny, like going back to all these, they're going to be like, what in the world? What is that? Let's see, a little shout out. I only buy, sometimes I wonder if God just finds it hilarious. I'm like, God, out of all the companies, man, this is the only company. Well, I guess there's 2 companies that hooked it up. Golden Days as well. But I don't know if there's still a company, so. No, this one still is. Okay, little Easter egg right there. Just do a little bit more emphasis on some of these areas. This one. I kind of want to like maybe like see how these arrows are right here. Maybe like put some like little like kind of like maybe make it look like there's some like grass kind of like going like this. You know, it's like almost like the opposite of fire, right? Like whoop, like fire into like life or something. Like it was like trying to like hit the little monkey. Where's our orange pencil at? Where did it go? Put a little bit of, actually I need to, oh here it is. Put a little bit of fire in here. A little bit of color. Oh, I forgot about the rest of that bike right there. Also, I think we're gonna put the pedal right here. I know it's kind of odd, but I think we're gonna put the pedal right there so you can see it. That it's actually a bike. I guess darn, I probably shouldn't have. Oh well, it's kind of like crowded right there, but oh well. It's supposed to be a pedal. There we go. Alrighty, everybody. Well. This is the drawing. Let me turn off everything. Put that off. Exit out of that. Okay, let's put off all of this stuff. The text, the chat, the BMX video, the image slideshow. And we use this thing right here kind of to hold the paper and stuff like that. And we're going to put this one on this wood thing, and then we're going to get a thumbnail, and then maybe we could raid somebody. So now, do any of you guys play Fortnite? Just wondering. Because I do know another BMX rider, and he plays Fortnite a lot. The thing is, I feel like a lot of you guys don't play Fortnite, so. Let me put this song on. There we go. Alrighty, everybody. Let's get some close-ups in here. This is what we have got done. Got a little heart on the sword, by the way. Little heart, little cross. Got the Bible right here. Got a little bracelet with a cross on it. We got this, looks to be some sort of flatland bike. Looks to be a 35mm stem. We got some flatland bars. We got front and back brakes, gyro. Looks to be maybe 15mm offset forks. Got some bendy tubes up in here. And got a leaf pack. Got a little monkey right there. Look at that little monkey. What the? The arrows almost got it, huh? Here's the verses that we got in here. And now we're going to get the thumbnail. This is how I get the thumbnail, by the way. I just like line it up right here. Just like so. And yeah, and then we just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that is the thumbnail for the stream that we're going to use. And now what we're going to do is we're going to see if we can raid somebody. So let's see who is live right now. And that song is still going on. Let's see. Let's see who we can raid. Let's see if there's anybody on here. I have 13 people watching me. That's crazy. Does anybody here play Fortnite? I'm gonna be honest, because I will raid one of my friends as a BMX rider. But if you guys do not play Fortnite, I probably won't do it. Let's see who else is streaming. Let's see here. You do play Fortnite, okay? Maybe we will stream. Raid. Hey, Brad and friend. Let's see who's up on here. We got oh, he's playing Lethal Company right now. Who should we raid? I guess we're gonna raid. Maybe we'll raid Kai Senate. You guys want to watch Kai Senate? I don't know if he'll give me a shout out. Maybe we'll raid Kai Senate or something. Kai Senate actually is a believer. So let's actually raid Kai Senate, because I actually have never raided like I'm wondering what happens if I raid a really, really big streamer. What happens? Okay, so if you guys look up Kai Senate Christian on YouTube, this guy actually is a believer. I'm going to be honest, please be explicit. His content he probably curses a lot. I actually do think he curses a lot. I'm just warning you guys. But we're going to raid Kai Senate, and yeah, that's who we're raiding. And I'm wondering what happens if you raid a big streamer. I don't really know. But I know that guy's a believer. Ask him about the Bible. But there's so many people he probably might not get to your chat. Kai Senate. We're starting the raid, everybody. Holy moly. I've never raided a big streamer before. Dude, he's in his little house thing. Share a Bibleverse or something. Ask him about the Bible if you can. Farewell, travelers. Thank you for tuning in. Glory be to the Lord. And I'll probably see you guys maybe tomorrow or something. Let's see what happens if I raid him. I don't know if he can even say anything. Oh, shit. Oh, I mean... I'm sorry, everybody. Like I said, there's some explicit language. I apologize, but... I don't know. On his YouTube, he says he's a believer. So look him up. Look up Kai Senate Christian on YouTube or something like that. But farewell, everybody. I apologize if there's a lot of cursing. I'm sorry. This is probably who I shouldn't have streamed. I should have rated, but oh well. He says he's a believer, so I don't know. Adios, everybody. Adios.